Oh shit, I just pulled the Mythic Art Celebi. Oh crap. I was just like, as the stream was getting started, I saw the like Pokemon notification, was like, you know what, we still got a minute left before we get into things. I'll just, open my pack real quick. I just pulled the full art Celebi. Holy shit. That's awesome. Yeah, that's a cool looking card. And a Pidgeotto. Oh, and an Aerodactyl EX. Fuck, that was a good pack. Alright. So, tonight, as we get into things, we've got a lot to do tonight. Just being entirely honest with y'all, we're looking back at 2024. We're doing our 2024 in review. So we're going to do that. That's the first thing we're doing. Second thing, we're going to do Game of the Year. We got a big, long list of games that, of course, we're going to talk about. Why I love them, go through each one. All same old, same old. And then after that, we're going to look to the future. Predictions for 2025, all the same topics we look back at this year. We're going to look forward to next year, give a bunch of predictions. This is still technically kind of a gaming podcast. So we'll give some predictions there, some hopes and dreams. We'll talk about the Switch 2. So we have a lot to do tonight. And while we do all of this, we're going to play some Balatro. I usually try to do something different for Game of the Year. Something usually we haven't played. Usually one of the games that's going to be on my Game of the Year list. Hint, hint, wink, wink. So we've got that. It's going to be a long stream. Strap in for like 4 hours. But that's just kind of the way it goes. I've done this every year for years now. I expect nothing different. But it should be fun. I will say, as before we get into actually anything, 2 things. One, I am still kind of sick. So just be aware, right? Like, I'll definitely have to mute myself occasionally to cough. And sometimes I might not get to it in time. And sneeze. Just be fully aware of that. Second of all, do not expect anything from me playing Balatro. I have not that much experience in this game. It's more than 0, I'll say that. It's more than 0. But it's less than nothing. Yeah, more than 0, less than nothing. More than 0, but less than expert. I guess that's what I'm going for. So I have no idea what I'm doing. Every run we do tonight could be a complete failure. This is the Switch version we're playing. Brand new save file and everything. So I don't know. We're not going to have that much stuff to start off with, obviously. But hopefully we'll get like 2 or 3 successful runs. Eventually, maybe we'll build up some cards. We'll get some good plays. We'll have some success in there. That's the hope anyways. We'll see, obviously. But I'm not an expert in this game. Far from it, in fact. So, yeah, just be aware of that. I make no promises for a successful run. I've got 2 absolutely massive glasses of water. I've got an entire Gerpler's worth. Hopefully it'll be enough, but we'll see. Because I don't want to stop, even if it's to pee. Alright, let's take a spot. So, we're going to start off, like always, with Game of the Year. Or with In Review, I mean. We're going to look back at movies, television, anime, books. I've thrown in music. Usually I put music in the miscellaneous, but I had a lot of music stuff to put on here. So that got its own category this year. Another new category, Lego. Lego got its own category this year, just because this was the year of Lego for me. We'll talk about it. And then, of course, miscellaneous. I've got a little bit of everything, you know. We've got a lot of stuff to talk about. We'll have a lot of, you know, it's 2024 in review. And then at the end, we'll end off, as always, I like to highlight some of the YouTubers who I learned existed this year. So we'll end off with that. YouTubers who I learned existed and who I really enjoyed, including my favorite new YouTuber of the year. I do have one. I usually actually have two. So we'll talk about both of them. And then we'll do Game of the Year. So let's start off with some movies. So what have I been moving? So I didn't see that much this year. If I'm just being honest, I wanted to see more. I really did. And it annoys me, because I don't know, there were wild stretches where I just didn't see anything, where I was too busy, where other stuff was going on. There's so much I wanted to do, and that I just couldn't do. There's so many great movies that came out this year that I just didn't get around to. I didn't see Nosferatu this week. I've heard it's good. I didn't get around to, The Wild Robot. I was so excited for The Wild Robot. DreamWorks movie looked beautiful. I was so fucking ready. And I just didn't get to it. So that's not on here. And there's a bunch of other stuff. Oh, and I didn't say this at the top. With this in-review stuff, I tried to stay positive. So we're not talking about the election. We're not talking about the death of Twitter. You know, I try to keep things on the up and up here. So just be aware of that, right? This isn't like, oh, the best and worst of the year. Other people will do that, right? That one guy will make a music video about it. This is trying to stay on the up and up. So what did I see? I saw Dune Part 2. I watched both Dune movies this year. Because I actually missed Part 1 when it came out a few years ago. I just missed it somehow. So I watched both of them this year. I actually fell asleep watching Part 2. When I saw Part 2, it was after a 12-hour workday. I was so tired. And yeah, around the time where they go to, the Harkonnen homeworld. Gaiety Prime, I think it's called. They go there. That was kind of during the gladiatorial fight. That was when I fell asleep. I fell asleep basically that entire sequence. I was just tired, man. What can I say? I have since I did go rewatch it. I also read the first book. I don't know if I put that in the book section. I did not. I might as well just mention it here. I did read the first Dune book. I'd never read it before, so over the summer I sat down and I read Dune. I liked it. I don't love it. There are elements of the movie that I do like better. It is definitely, because I watched both movies, then I read the book, then I watched the movies again, and I kind of realized, like, okay, one is fairly accurate to the book. Yeah, they leave out a few things, but it's mostly accurate. Two goes off in a wildly different direction. The second movie is very different from the book. Not that I think it's a bad thing. I think they make some good changes. There's an element that kind of reminds you of what they did to the Hobbit movies. You know, in the Battle of Five Armies in the Hobbit book, literally Bilbo was asleep. Like, he gets knocked out and he misses it. Whereas in the movies, they were like, well, let's just make it a whole movie. It's kind of like that, right? Where it's like, okay, you know, a lot of stuff that happens in Dune. Because between Dune, so the original Dune book is 3 books, but between books 2 and 3, there's like a 2-year time skip. Yeah, the movie doesn't do that. Aaliyah is born in the books during the time skip. She's not born in the movies. That never happens. And there's just a bunch of little things like that, like them going on the missions to like mess with the Harkonnens. That's mentioned in the books, but in the films we actually get to see it. So yeah, I think it's a good movie. I do think it's a good movie. It's decent enough of an adaptation. Next up, I saw Godzilla vs. Kong. I'm a huge fan of these movies. Love Godzilla. I'm okay on Kong. You know, he's basically the main character of these movies, and I warm up to him a little bit more with each coming movie. Right? I like him a little bit more. And Godzilla and Kong was a lot of fun. Is it like a great movie? Is it groundbreaking or anything? No, of course not. Do I kind of like the previous one a little bit more? You know, Godzilla vs. Kong? Yeah, probably. But it was fun, you know. Shimo, the Scar King, Suki, right? You got some fun new characters. I really want them to use more Godzilla characters. I know we're getting another Godzilla movie in like 2027. Give us some more Godzilla characters. I want to see Biollante. I want to see Gigan. Right? It was cool to see Mothra again. I was so excited to see Mothra. And, right, for them to bring her back, that was a great moment. Give us more Godzilla characters. That's kind of, because, you know, we keep inventing new villains. But you've got plenty of great villains already there. Just use them. We got Inside Out 2 this year. I am a massive fan of Inside Out 1. I think it might be my favorite Pixar movie. So to get the second one, I was so excited. I feel like there's so much potential. And yeah, for the most part, they did it. They did it really well. I like Anxiety, not as a villain, but as an antagonist. I like how they explain Anxiety. That, oh, it's not, right, fear protects you from the things around you. Anxiety protects you from the things that might happen. I think that's a really good explanation, how it comes out of control. It's a really well done movie. It is interesting seeing some of the storyboard stuff, because originally they were going to do, like, self-loathing as, like, a villain, like, oh, what was it called? It wasn't Grief. It wasn't called self-loathing. That's Dimension 20 Mentopolis. I don't remember what the villain was. But they were like a sort of self-loathing, and Shame. They were Shame. That was gonna be the original plot. And I do think that is interesting. I think Shame is an interesting character. But they just said it wasn't a fun move, like nobody would want to rewatch it. I still think there's potential there. I know, right, Pixar's gone through a lot of things this year. This is like the one good Disney movie to come out. Well, okay, the next one as well, but that's Marvel. Because, like, who cares about Mufasa? Moana 2 sucked. Yeah. But no, Inside Out is good. I know we're kind of, you know, Pixar's like, oh, well, we're just going to keep making sequels. And, you know, I don't really care about that. But Inside Out is the one exception. I think Inside Out still has so much more potential. I think they can keep making these great movies. I don't care about Incredibles. But I still do. Again, the idea is you make the sequels that make a lot of money to then fund the original projects that aren't going to make as much. That's the idea anyways, but we'll see what Disney actually does. I expect nothing but the worst from them, if I'm being honest. Deadpool and Wolverine came out this year. Was it a great movie? It was okay. But man, was it fun. It was cool seeing Deadpool. It was cool seeing Wolverine again. Comic accurate outfit, finally. Chris Evans was fun in it. Do I want him to come back to the MCU again? No. Is he coming back to the MCU anyways? Yes. But other than that, you know, I'm still I enjoy Deadpool and Wolverine. You know, seeing some of these characters come back, having some fun with it. Not every joke hit, but there were some jokes that really did hit. Right, like certain ones, whereas the whole thing with the Honda Odyssey, that fight scene, that was so good. The final bit, you know, it has its moments. Oh god, like a prayer blew up this year. And yeah, it was enjoyable. In some cases, it was really funny to see Christians like hyping up Like a Prayer, just completely missing the context of the song. That's really fucking funny when that happened. But no, Deadpool and Wolverine was a good movie. It was the only Marvel movie we got this year. We did get some TV shows. I have seen the first episode of What If. What If had potential, but well, I'm sure we'll talk more about it next week when I've seen the rest of the show. It never lived up to it. I don't think What If had to be the greatest thing in ever. It just had to be better than it actually is. It's What's Inside. This was a Netflix drama, thriller, comedy. It was a dark comedy. Let's go with dark comedy. Where, a group of friends are gathering to a party, and one of them brings a machine that allows them to switch bodies. So they basically play werewolves, but by switching each other's bodies. It was real interesting. It was fun. It was thrilling. Had some good ideas. The plot twist at the end is fantastic. Really enjoyed it. As the movie I watched on Halloween night, I think it was a good one to watch on Halloween night. Right? It wasn't scary, but it did a good job at what it does. As someone who doesn't like horror, yeah, it's an easy recommendation. It's real interesting. Transformers 1, it took me forever to get around to seeing this movie. I wanted to watch it when it came out in theaters, but that was around the time where I was just like, I wasn't getting out to theaters. I didn't see it. But later on, right before it came to streaming services, I finally sat down and watched it in a theater. Great. It was a great movie. Do I have some problems with it? Yeah. But it's been fantastic. I've been ever since I've seen it, I've been referencing it. There's this guy on TikTok who just does the age of primes is over. Come with me and you will never again be deceived. Rise up. Who just does that speech but to like different things. Like, the age of slumber is over. Come with me and you will never be tired again. Rest up. And it's just been a lot of fun. I made my own jokes about the Marble League way back in the qualifiers using it. It's a fun, quotable movie that's really good. A fantastic final fight scene. Good visuals. As far as I know, it's getting a sequel, which I do feel like once we have that sequel, some of my problems with the first one will be like, you know what, it sucked here, but now that we have the sequel, that kind of is like, hey, we're going to finish off some of these story beats. It'll feel better. Transformers 1 was fantastic. Wicked, probably the only movie I saw in theaters twice. Because I saw it once, and then I took my parents to go see it. And I enjoyed it. I really did enjoy it. I enjoyed it even more the second time, because I've never seen the stage play. I know nothing about the stage play. Outside of, like a few songs, like I knew What Is This Feeling? I knew Defying Gravity, a few other things. But actually sitting down, seeing the movie, it was fantastic. Ariana Grande and Cynthia Erivo do fantastic jobs. They put on a great performance. While I was worried about them splitting the movie up into two parts, I actually think that's probably for the best. I really do think that the first part here really does stand on its own very well. I have also been told that all the bad parts of Wicked are in the second half, so we'll see how they do that. But for the moment, Wicked Part 1 is fantastic. The sequel is next year. I'm pretty sure they just filmed them back to back, which is how you should do it. Right? Like, we're seeing so many of these other things where it's like, oh, we're going to have to wait another Matt Reeves' Batman movie got delayed another year today. It's over 1,000 days away. That's wild. But, we're getting one today, or, these ones were at least filmed back-to-back. That's a good thing. I'm glad about that. We'll just kind of have to wait and see. And then finally, the final movie that I got this year, Sonic 3. Sonic 3, I said at multiple points, was my, after Inside Out, it was my second most anticipated movie of the year. And I think it lived up to the hype. Is it a perfect movie? No, it really isn't. But what it did do, I really enjoyed. I think they did a good adaptation of Sonic Adventure 2. The character beats are there. Do I have some problems with it? Yes. Do I wish we had gotten a little bit more time with Shadow and Maria to really build that bond up? Yes, but when the movie punches, it hits hard. Deadly, even. But no, I really enjoyed Sonic the Hedgehog 3. Yeah, the Sonic movies get better and better with each film. Is this the best one? Yeah, I think so. Is this potentially Jim Carrey's final movie? Yeah. Is that a bad thing? Not at all. I think if this is how Jim Carrey sends off, yeah, no. There's been a lot of talk, right? Jim Carrey said that he'd only come out of retirement if they gave him a perfect script. And I've seen some people say, well, I saw Sonic 3. That's not a perfect script. You're missing the context. It has to be a perfect script for Jim Carrey. And that's exactly what that was. That was a perfect script for Jim Carrey. He got to play two characters. He got to dance with himself. He got to fight himself. He put his all into it. And it's fun. I get how some people, right, if you don't like Jim Carrey's shtick, then you're not going to like, right, then all these scenes are going to fall flat. But as someone who does like Jim Carrey's shtick, I think they did a good job. I think they did a fantastic job with it. So yeah, Sonic 3 was great. And yeah, that's basically all the movies we've got. So next up, let's talk about some TV. We got the second when we did this list last year, I think the first 3 or 4 episodes of Percy Jackson have premiered. This year, right, we got the rest of the Percy Jackson season. It was a good season. I have my problems with the show. Some of the changes they make to the book, I don't mind at all. Right? Some of those changes you kind of have to make. You gotta update the story. I think you make some real interesting ones in there. The whole thing with Hephaestus, having Hephaestus actually be there, Percy sacrifices himself for the Golden Throne, I think is real interesting. They're clearly they're doing because they now know where the story ends, I think they're doing a better job at setting it up, right? Like some of the stuff with Hermes in the Lotus Casino episode, that's not in the books, but they're clearly setting up for things in the future. And I think they're doing a good job at it. Do I think it's dumb that they missed the deadline? Yes, that was entirely unnecessary, but there is a part of me that hopes that's building towards something in the future, that at some point in one of the future seasons, Percy is going to call upon Poseidon for help, and he can't because Zeus has forbid him to, because of, Percy failing this quest. Something like that's going to happen in one of the future seasons. I just hope they make these faster. I know it's hard to make a show, it's expensive to make a show, but now that, Disney considers it enough of a success, just greenlight the next 4 seasons. If it does bad at any point, then cancel it. But guess what? I don't want this show to be filming for the next decade. Right? Do it now, and then we can worry about that in the future. Right? Just film it all right now. Greenlight the next 2, because we know Sea of Monsters is currently filming. But greenlight the next 2 seasons. Greenlight all of it. So that way, it's ready, we can get a season a year, instead of having to wait, 3 years between seasons. Because that is a problem with modern day television, is that you have to wait so long between seasons. That, old TV shows could pump out 24 episodes a year. Nowadays, we can barely get 8 in 3. So I hope they do address some of that, but we'll just have to see. We got the second season of Moon Girl and Devil Dinosaur this year. At least the first half of it. There is a second half that comes out in probably next month. But the first half was fantastic. I really enjoyed it. We had some fantastic episodes. We got the Molecule Man. There was some romance stuff in there with Marvin that I didn't really care for. But, the rest of it was all pretty solid. I do think the first season was better, but the second season is still really good. And we also did get the band episode, as I've been calling it. Well, fuck Disney for canceling. Right, for canceling the show, because we know the show was canceled. But also for, stopping this episode from airing, potentially. Man, it's such a good episode. If you have not seen the band episode, you can find it in places. It's really good. It is a really good episode. I think it's called The Gatekeeper. You just look for it in places. It's worth it. Trust me, it is worth it. But yeah, Moon Girl, I'm excited to see how it ends. It sucks that it is ending. This is a show that should have gotten 10 seasons. It's great. It's fun. It's got some great commentary to it. Yeah, I really enjoyed it. Has Been Hotel. Has Been Hotel was this year. I've heard about the show for years. Hell of a Boss I've also heard about. I only watched the first season of Hell of a Boss. It was fine. I enjoyed it. I'll get around to the second season. But Has Been Hotel was great. I enjoyed the music. Do I think it's it should win? I've seen people freak out because, the Emmys announced their music categories and Has Been Hotel didn't get nominated for a single one. Am I, mad about that? No, not at all. Who cares? If it won something, cool. If it doesn't, who cares? I know it's a lot of theater kid stuff, but it doesn't really bother me. I only just realized we have no discards. But no, Has Been Hotel was, it was fun. It was interesting. It's got some interesting ideas. I know a lot of stuff on the second season has leaked. I'll be honest, I haven't looked at any of it. I know I easily could, but I'm good. We got the second part of Invincible Season 2, also on Amazon. I'm still really enjoying Invincible. I feel like the honeymoon phase with Invincible is kind of over now. People really liked the first season. But the second season just didn't hold up. The second season was still good, but not as good as the first. The final moment with Ingstrom Levy is good. It's just not as good as the season 1 finale. We got a season 3 trailer. I'm very excited. People were mad about the break in between seasons. So yeah, they're not doing another break, And I'm excited for it. I think it's going to be great. I think it premieres in February. But yeah, I still think they can do the entire because I've read the comics, so I know where it goes. I think they can probably get away with doing it in 6 or 7 seasons. Either way, I'm in theory excited. But yeah, I feel like for a lot of people, Invincible just kind of isn't it. Right? They really liked the first season, but that break in the second season just kind of killed all momentum. But I enjoyed it. Bluey, I feel like I started watching Bluey last year because that was on. Because at the end of the show, I'll do what I'm planning to do next year, and I know watching Bluey was on my list in 2022. So yeah, we got basically the series finale for Bluey. We've been getting some shorts. We're gonna get a movie in 2027, but the creator of the show has left the show. It happens. I would rather see a show end on a good note than become The Simpsons. And I know I've compared Bluey to The Simpsons a lot, and I stand by all of those comparisons. But I don't want Bluey to become the next Simpsons, where we're getting we're getting a 25 episode season every year until after we all die. I don't want that. I don't know anybody who does want that. But Bluey, I think it ended on a great note. The Sign was a great episode. And yeah, I really enjoyed it. We got the Fallout TV show. I'm already a fan of Fallout. I've talked in the past. I'm a big fan. You know, I like the world the show, right, it's created. And I think the TV show, the games create a very interesting world. The TV show is the fantastic exploration of that world. It's not, it's not adapting one of the game's stories. It's a new story. It takes place in the same universe, but it takes place after the events of all the games. I do have several questions about, like, timelines and whatnot. And, what's canon, what's not canon. I don't know. We're going to New Vegas next season. I'm super excited, because I really did enjoy Fallout. It won Best Adaptation at the Game Awards. 100% deserved Best Adaptation at the Game Awards. I know Arcane was good. Haven't seen the second season. But Fallout was great. It was gripping. It was interesting. Good set design. Good characters. Good... Oh my gosh, the actors were fantastic. Lucy, Maximus, and the Ghoul were all great characters. I love all the background stuff, because this is the first time in the Fallout universe we've seen stuff before the war, and the reveal that Vault-Tec was the ones that dropped the bombs. Holy shit. What a crazy reveal. Wild. I really did love Fallout. We got My Adventures with Superman Season 2. The Superman movies may have been a little finicky up until this point, because, Zack Snyder doesn't really get it. The TV shows do. My Adventures with Superman Season 2 was great. It was more built around, like, I know each season does its, like, overarching story. This, if you haven't noticed, this is kind of a trend. I did prefer the first season a little bit more, but I like all the stuff with Kara. I like her relationship with Jimmy. I like the Brainiac stuff. It's all very interesting. It's very well done. But yeah, like, because one of the things that the first season had going for it was that it kind of had, like, that villain of a week feeling, even though that was all building towards, Cadmus and them, trying to kill Superman. This season, right, it felt like we spent half the season in space. That's not exactly a bad thing. But yeah, it just had a slightly different vibe. We know we're getting a third season. We're getting one of the Superboys. I couldn't tell you which one. They've set up a proper Lex Luthor. They've done a bunch of other things. I'm excited to see where it goes. I want them to keep Kara there as part of the main cast, because I really do like her. I like her portrayal. Yes, is it different than what I'm used to? Yeah, but that's fine. Right? You're allowed to make changes and adaptations. And then finally, I put this here in television, because I didn't know where else to put it. Rooster Teeth, after 21 years, it was old enough to drink, shut down this year. And I know in recent years, Rooster Teeth has had its fair share of problems, its fair share of controversies. I get that. I understand. But I was a fan for many years. I would say probably like a decade. I know, again, 20 years. I was around for like 12 of those. That's a lot. I still, above my computer, right, above my Switch and everything, I still have my Extra Life posters. I've got, 2019, I think that's 2020, and I think that's 2021. Oh, and then I have last year's poster somewhere as well. Or, not 23. I have either 23 or 22s over there somewheres. I'm pointing at something even though you can't see it. It sucked not getting an Extra Life this year, man. I used to stay up for the full 24 hours, and, it was fun. But there are so many other things I'll miss about Achievement Hunter, Rooster Teeth, what did they call it? Squad Team Force? Was that what they called themselves at the end? I know most of the other people have gone on to do new projects. I know, like, Fuckface became Regulation Pod. I know Face Jam became 100% Eat. Other example became other example. A lot of guys are streaming nowadays, you know. I'm sure Alfredo, Jackie, Michael, Lindsay, they they all still stream together, you know. Matt, Ray got married the other day. I swear Ray and Tina got married like years ago. I saw Gavin got married as well because I still follow Meg on TikTok. Yeah, no, I saw Gavin got married earlier this year, but I swear Ray had been married for like years now. That's wild that wasn't that but no, congratulations to them. But no, yes, Rooster Teeth had its problems. It had its controversies. They made their mistakes. But I still have... There are so many years with them that it's hard to just let that all go. Does that make sense? But no, I actually did watch some Ruby this year. I watched the first, 4 seasons. It was okay. I've got problems. I'm sure you've all heard them before. Go watch H Bomber Guy's video. That sucked. Having that high of a cost, that run sucked. But no, Ruby's got its fair share of problems, you know. And I didn't even get to some of the bad. I was watching it on Crunchyroll, and then when it got bought out, they took it off Crunchyroll. So I have no idea what episode I left off on. I don't even remember who bought it. Speaking of anime adjacent things, I did watch a little bit of anime this year. Mostly I just watched shitty isekais. You know, there's a thing about isekais. Okay, for the same reason people watch shows like Love Island, or The Bachelor, or Real Housewives of Salt Lake City. For the same reason people watch those shows, I watch isekais. I know they're fucking garbage, brain-rotting television. I still kind of enjoy it. What can I say? I can still find charm in them. Are they bad? Yeah. It's because every isekai is basically the same. They just have their own different... They're like a sandwich or a burger, right? And they have their different toppings, different seasonings. But at the end of the day, they're all just a burger, right? Like you have some shows like The Wise Man's Grandchild, which is just a burger with ketchup. And then you had the probably the best isekai I saw this year was my level 2 cheat power makes me over-leveled, or makes me over-skilled in another world. It was something like that. It was something with my level 2 cheat power. Basically, it was a guy reincarnated into another world. He's level 1. Everybody thinks he sucks. He gets kicked out of the kingdom. He levels up to level 2. Boom, all of his stats go to infinity. It's kind of like One Punch Man. You know how, like, One Punch Man is like, right, he can solve every problem with a single punch. And then you get the real drama, which is, right, capitalism. It's kind of like the same idea. He gets a wife. Right, early on, he meets this wolf, like this ancient wolf spirit, kicks her ass. The wolf spirit's like, okay, well, we're married now, right, because you defeated me. And he stays faithful to his wife the entire show. He doesn't get... I mean, he picks up some other girls. He picks up an elf. He kills a genie. He does some other shit. But at the end of the day, yeah, no, he stays faithful to his wife the entire show. Yeah, no, there was some, you know, it was okay, right? Like, he was very much like a pacifist. He remained neutral. It was fine. You know, I enjoyed it. It was one of the better isekais I saw. The vending machine, reincarnated as a vending machine, was dumb, but I enjoyed it as well. Right? That's like your McDonald's cheeseburger, where it's very, like, satisfactory, but there's just something about it that makes it work. I watched the 4th and 5th seasons of Date A Live. Date A Live is an anime I really like. I just think it's fun. The concept of, hey, we're in a dating sim, but it's, you know, all the decisions are being made by, like, this board of executive military people. And, you know, it's a battle for the fate of the world. It's, like, a very fun concept to me. And I'd seen the first 3 seasons. When I started watching anime was right when the 2nd season started airing. So I enjoyed the first, because it was one of the first animes I watched. It was, like, in the first, like, 20. And I watched the first 3 seasons. I enjoyed it. And then I just never got around to the 4th or 5th season. I know the art style changes in the 5th season. And I was like, whatever. You know, I'll get around to it. I did finally get around to it. I binged it over, like, a week. I rewatched the entire show, actually. It was okay. You know, I still think, you know, the first 3 seasons are fun in their own ways. And the 4th and 5th season, right, they actually, like, explain things. You get the backstory. You learn how everything started, why the spirits exist and all that. And it is interesting. It's also kind of really fucking stupid. Like, when you get to the whole stuff about him being his own child, I was like, what the fuck? Okay. It was just kind of weird, and I feel like they didn't answer all the questions, because at one point, like, the inverse Toka explains that, like, the inverse is their original forms, and when asked to explain that, they just don't. I guess there's the anime is adapted from books, and I guess the books keep going, that at the end of, spoiler alert, I guess. At the end of the 5th season, the main spirit that's behind everything dies and leaves behind her spirit crystal. And I guess in the books, Toka grabs it and, like, remakes the entire world or something like that. So, like, it keeps going in the books, but the anime doesn't do that. And instead it feels like a very conclusive ending. Like, the anime ends on a very specific note. That's like, yeah, this feels very final. And that's why I was, like, surprised the books kept going. Because I guess there's, like, 3 more books after that. Other shows I watched. I watched Tokaido Gals Are Super Adorable. We talked about this one last week. I just thought it was cute, man. It was a cute gal anime. Yeah, does it have a lot of TNA? Yes. But I thought it was funny. I thought it was adorable. You know, I'm a sucker for stuff like that. What can I say? Yeah, Hokkaido Gals Were Super Adorable. There's some other stuff, you know, I'm kind of interested in next year. We'll see. You know, I don't know. I feel like I follow on TikTok. I follow a guy called Broken Daydream, and he's always recommending this gal stuff. And you know, some of it's cute. Just as long as it's not fucking, like, Rent a Girlfriend. Man, I see there's a TikTok that goes around every once in a while of people at conventions, and it's like, if you could beat up one anime character for $1 million and you have to win, right, to get your $1 million, who would you beat up? And my answer is always the protagonist from Rent a Girlfriend. Man, do I fucking hate that guy. But no, yeah, you know, it was cute. I don't think I read any manga this year. Like, there was something I know I said last year I was thinking about reading One Piece. Because, you know, there's that element of me that wants to read One Piece and get caught up before the One Piece baby does. But that's not going to happen. I don't think I read any manga this year. I was going to read something. I don't even remember. I was going to read something. And I just completely forgot. I never got around to it. Yeah, maybe it was Spy Family. Oh, the Spy Family movie this year. Yeah, let's talk about that real quick. I enjoyed Spy Family. The second season, I didn't really care for. The problem with the second season is that it felt like the first half of the season is very slow. Like, nothing happens in the first half. And then the second half of the season is all, is just the cruise, which the cruise stuff was okay. But yeah, I like the movie. You know, it's them going to this foreign country. Does it actually matter? Is it not canon? Yes. Yes to both. But I still enjoyed it. It's got its good moments. It's interesting. It's fun. I enjoyed it. Yeah, Spy X Family. And yeah, I literally think that's all the anime I watched. You know, there's a bunch of shit I'm forgetting. I'm sure I'm forgetting. Give me 1 second. I'm sure I'm forgetting something great. Or something terrible. Oh, maybe it's called Chillin' in Another World with My Level 2 Super Cheat Powers. Maybe that's what the show was called. Did I watch I'm in Love with the Villainess this year? That was, again, it's an isekai, but it's a romance, right? The isekai stuff, it's kind of inconsequential. No, actually, no, it's not. It's actually very integral to the plot. Because she knows stuff about the game. Yeah, it was I'm in Love with the Villainess. I think that's what it was. Right? Miss Claire. It's a lesbian romance anime that also is just very cute. I really enjoyed it. I like the main character. I like Miss Claire. It was just really well done. I enjoyed that one. I think it's getting a second season. It might not be, but I hope it is. That's a manga. I was actually told about the manga before the anime was announced. So that's something I do have to check out. Let's talk about books. So books. I read both Fourth Wing and Iron Flame this year. I've had the books sitting on my shelf for like over a year now. And I know Onyx Storm comes out next month. So way back in like June, I was like, you know, Crimson Rogue announced he was making a video on him. And I was like, you know what, fuck it, I'll just read both of them, finally. I did not know what Book Talk Spice was before I had read those books. Right, like, I did not know those were filled with goon material. That book nooks are actually just gooner caves. Yeah, that was, I found all about that pretty quick. But I enjoyed the books, right? They're about, you know, I say kids. They're all like 20. 20-year-olds at a military academy learning to ride dragons. It's really interesting. I liked in the second book where you find out, because the entire time I'm reading them, I'm like, okay, these military people don't act anything like real military people. I was like, they have such a disregard for life. Whereas in the real life, militaries, right, treat everyone like brothers, right? Soldier's creed, no soldier left behind. So when these books do the exact opposite, it makes it feel like unrealistic. But then in the second book, you have the Griffin Riders, and they're like, oh my god, you guys are crazy. You guys don't behave like an actual military at all. What the fuck is wrong with you all? And I felt so goddamn vindicated. Because it was driving me crazy, both books. But no, I enjoyed them. Are they perfect? No, not even close. Again, I'll go watch that 4-hour-long Crimson Rogue video. They do a fantastic job at explaining everything. At least with the first one. And I know they're working on the second one. But no, I enjoyed them. I enjoyed them. Yeah, they're kind of trashy, but you know what? That's not bad. I read the Inheritance games as well. I read those over the summer. Again, books I've had on my shelf for a while now. I've always kind of seen them floating around. I like the idea of, like, these puzzles, right? Like, you know, she's been given this inheritance, and she's got to solve this, like, family's puzzle. And, like, the grandfather has been, like, training these kids since, you know, they were babies to, you know, deal with it. That's really interesting. And I think the first 3 books are actually really solid. The 4th book was okay. And then the fifth one, Grandest Game, was trash. I don't know what it was, but like at the end of the third book, they set up like, hey, we're going to do this Grandest Game. And I thought it was going to be like something fun, like Perplex City. If you know what Perplex City is, go. If you don't know, go look it up. It was like this. It was this real life hunt where you bought these like cards and solved these puzzles to gain like $1 million. It was probably like $10,000. It was a lot. It was money either way. It was a thing that I think happened in London. Real interesting idea. So when they announced they're doing a Grandest Game book, I'm like, oh, it's going to be something like that? No, it's just about some of the characters being trapped in the house. All the big reveals in the Grandest Game are already stuff we knew from the previous book. So they're not twists or reveals at all. I thought it was really underwhelming, actually. I did not care for the Grandest Game. And then a recent one just came out earlier this month called, like, Final Gambit. Okay, it might have come out last month. Either way, I haven't even read it. I'll get around to it when I own it, I just haven't read it. I read Sid Meier's biography. I think it was free on Audible. And I was like, oh, that sounds interesting. I love the Civilization games. And honestly, it was very interesting. I don't know if it's still free on Audible. But if it is, I do recommend it, right? As someone who, like, goes behind the scenes on, like, the history of, like, the gaming industry. Especially, like, early PC gaming and, like, how things worked, right? Like, how they programmed early PC. It doesn't actually tell you, like, how to program an early PC game, but about, like, the atmosphere, what was going on at the time. Right? Like, they talk about a lot of these stuffs, and it's just really interesting. I really enjoyed Sid Meier's biography. Honestly, it got me more excited for Civ 7 than anything I've seen from Civ 7. Yeah, no, it's an easy recommendation. Jason Schreier also put out his book on Activision Blizzard King. Also a good recommendation. Another good recommend while I'm on it, Character Limit, which Character Limit is the tell-all book about what happened at Twitter, right? With Elon Musk buying out Twitter. As someone who, like, closely followed the story as it was happening, a lot of stuff in the book I already knew, but there were some new things, and if you did not follow it at all, you are in for some surprises. There are some real interesting things in that book. Elon Musk is a fucking crazy person, and now he is the president, so, fuck him. And then I read a lot. The last thing is I read a lot of comics this year, specifically a lot of Superman comic books. I read Superman Smashes the Klan, which was great, by the way. Like, I remember hearing about that in 2020 when it came out and everyone was freaking out about it. And yeah, rightfully so. It's great. I am not a big fan of Tom King. After Heroes in Crisis, I said I would never read a Tom King book ever again, because I fucking hate that book so much. But I got Superman Up in the Air. Fantastic. Really knocked it out of the park with that one. I read All-Star Superman for the first time ever, because I had never actually read it before. It was good. I think I liked the previous two books I mentioned more. But no, it was really good. Superman for All Seasons was really good. I know there's other stuff I've read, but those are all the ones that are coming to mind right now. Yeah, no, I read a lot of Superman books this year. Yeah, no, I'm very excited for the new Superman movie. I think James Gunn's going to get it right. I do have my concerns, of course I do. But everything we've seen so far looks good. I think James Gunn will get it. I really do. We got the Book of Bill this year. Yeah, the Gravity Falls fandom reignited when the Book of Bill came out. You know, there was the website that, as far as I know, was just like for fun. Like people thought it was an ARG, and I mean it had elements of an ARG, but it wasn't actually an ARG. Like, it didn't lead anywhere. It was just a bunch of fun jokes. But man, there were some fun jokes in there. We did an entire, I think it was episode 30 or 31 of this season. We explored the website, and it was really interesting. It was a lot of fun. I'd recommend it. Yeah, the Book of Bill was fun. It was funny. And yeah, it reignited Gravity Falls. I guess let's talk about music. So this year, there were a lot of musical moments. Usually I put music in the miscellaneous category, but this year there's a lot of good stuff. This was a great year in music. I've already seen Todd in the Shadows made his worst list. And yeah, there were some bad songs, but that's not what we talk about here. There's a lot of good stuff, and it's going to be interesting to see what's on his best list. Some stuff on mine, Noah Kahan's Dial Drunk. I'd never heard of Noah Kahan until Todd in the Shadows best list last year. So I went and listened to his stuff this year. Really good. Really do. It's totally up my style. I like modern pop, but I like some folk. I like some country. I used to be my mother is country, so that was always her thing. And I was kind of like, nah, I don't really care about like country or folk. Right? I used to be like very against it, but the older I get, the less I realize like, oh, that doesn't matter. Who cares? I enjoy it. I might as well just keep enjoying it. So Noah Kahan was great. The whole Kendrick Lamar thing, I have been a certified Drake hater for years, man. Fuck Drake. Oh my god, fuck him. So to have the Kendrick Lamar beef come out, and get Meet the Grams, get Knock Like Us, and just fucking kill Drake. Like, literally, we were like moments away from Drake showing up to Kendrick's Chili Con Carnival, and yeah, it was great. It was a great moment in music. Everyone was talking about it. Kendrick is going to play that song at the Super Bowl next year in front of, the entire United States, and it's going to be a glorious moment. And then he's going to bring Drake out live on stage and publicly execute him. And it's going to be beautiful. We got Sabrina Carpenter had a lot of great stuff this year. I knew who Sabrina Carpenter was, but I didn't listen to any of their stuff until this year. And yeah, no, it was great. Please, 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 Espresso, Juno, is that the other one? There was some great Sabrina Carpenter stuff this year. I get it. I get why everyone was freaking out about them. But they weren't my favorite. My favorite music artist of this year was Chappell Roan. Yep. I know Chappell Roan is for lesbians first, the rest of the LGBTQ second, and Golden Retriever Gamer Boys third. Man, I love Chappell Roan. Fantastic discography. It was one of those things where I remember hearing about them way earlier in the year. Right? I remember hearing some of their music and being like, oh, that's okay. Seeing like the album art and being like, okay, a drag queen artist. Okay. Interesting. And then sometime in like August, I was just driving home listening to the radio and Red Wine Supernova came on. And I was like, this is the best song ever. It just clicked. Right? All of a sudden, Chappell Roan just, clicked with me. And it was like, yeah, this is the greatest artist in the world. And that was right before the VMAs in September, when, they did Good Luck Babe, and it was like, oh my god, this is amazing. That's my prediction for Todd in the Shadows Game of the Year, or for his Song of the Year, Good Luck Babe. I'm calling it right now. Because I'll be honest, right, Red Wine Supernova is my favorite. I just love that song. There's something about the energy in that song that I just adore. But songs Good Luck Babe, Pink Pony Club, and third one, what's the third? Red one, Hot to Go, maybe even Hot to Go. Pink Pony Club and Good Luck Babe are both better songs, and Hot to Go and Casual probably also are. I'm kind of mixed on Casual. I mean, I'm mixed between whether or not it's better. I also do really like Casual. Phenomenon's also great. Right, like there are better songs in her discography than Red Wine Supernova, but Red Wine Supernova is my favorite. It was on my Spotify Wrapped. It was my most listened to song. Chappell Roan was my most listened to artist. They made up like half of my Wrapped. So yeah, that just giving you an idea of how much I listened to them. I loved it. Fantastic artist. I hope they continue to do amazing stuff. But just them blowing up this year, it was great. I really loved everything they did. And then the Wicked soundtrack. I know we talked about Wicked earlier. I have also listened to the Wicked soundtrack like a dozen times since then. It's just, I put it on while I'm driving. It's a good time. Oh, I might as well... I'm going to throw this in here. Nintendo released a music app this year? Yeah. Does it have problems? Oh, God, yes. Do I wish it had, 100 more albums than it does? Of course I do. But what was here... You know what? I actually used it way more than I thought I would. I wish it had, Switch integration. I wish there was, a desktop app. I wish I was able to use it in more places than just my phone. But when I did use it on my phone, yeah, I had a good time with it, there's a part of me that wishes I could just pop it up and use it as, background music for these streams. I wish that was just an easy thing I could do. But, I could jury rig it, but that'd be such a pain in the ass. It's not worth it. Yeah, Nintendo released a music app, and yeah, it's got problems, but it's got some good things. I'm glad they added a winter mix, in the last, week, because I was thinking about, because I love listening to winter music in video games, and I was gonna make a winter playlist, and then, the next day, they just added a winter playlist, already pre-made and everything. They add a new album every week to Nintendo Music, right? This week we got Super Mario 64. They added some of the remasters as well. Just a good year for Nintendo Music. But it could have been better. It could have been way better. Next up, Lego. This Christmas last year, I saw Lego made a botanical set. That had a little mini cactus. It had 3 little mini cactuses, and I love cactuses. I just think they're neat. So when I saw Lego cactuses, I was like, yep, I'm gonna buy this. I bought it, and I gave it to myself for Christmas. God, that sounds so sad. But that started me down the path of Lego. I have now spent a full year buying Legos, making Legos. It originally started off with just an exception with the botanical sets, right? I loved the little cactus pot. I made the little square pot ones. Those ones were cute. I made the orchid. I made the a bunch of the flower sets, the roses, the spring flowers, the dried flowers. I made a bunch of the flower sets. But then they announced some Nintendo Legos. They announced a Super Mario World Lego that, you could spin the crank and it would actually do the walking animation. And I was like, I've got to have that. Oh, hey, look, the Super Mario 64 question block is on sale. Well, I might as well get that. Oh, hey, look, they're making, a little mini Minecraft crafting table that's a diorama set. Oh, shit, that actually... Even though I think Lego Minecraft is kind of redundant, that set actually looks really cool. Oh, fuck, I might as well, Oh, hey, look, the Lego Infinity Gauntlet's on sale? I like the Infinity Gauntlet, sure. The Lego Captain America shield is on sale? Sure. That only took me 6 fucking hours. Probably, it would have taken me longer, but I had to have some... But I actually Shanghaied somebody to help me, because I was like, this is going to take me forever. It is one of the most repetitive Lego sets in the world. No joke. And then, of course, they did Lego Zelda. And guess what I got for Christmas? Because, parents come in and parents ring me up, or I'm over to tell my mother how to beat the snow boss in Echoes of Wisdom. And they're like, what do you want for Christmas, son? Because I'm impossible to shop for. And I'm like, hey, Legend of Zelda Lego. And they're like, okay, I'll see what I can do. Sure enough, I spent all day yesterday, again, took me like 5 or 6 hours, building a Legend of Zelda Lego. And it looks amazing. And what am I going to do with it? I don't know. Right now it's just kind of there. I'll figure out a place to put it. But god damn it, I did not expect to fall this far down the Lego well. I was just going to buy a cute botanical cactus set, and then I had so much fun. Because I realized everything I want from puzzles, like, puzzles, right? Like the little jigsaw pieces. Everything, I want it to be big into puzzles, but I just can't. I just cannot get into puzzles, no matter how hard I try. But all those feelings I want from puzzles, I get from Legos. So Legos were fantastic. And yes, I'm using the term Legos. Fuck off if you're mad at that. But no, I built some crazy sets. I've got a cool little display. I love them. Love them to death. Is this going to keep continuing? At some point, it's gotta stop because I'm going to go bankrupt if I don't. But, like, next week, they release, like, 3 new Lego flowers. They have a mini orchid, a bamboo shoot, which I'm super excited for, and pretty pink flowers. And I've already bought all 3. Like, I'm so excited for those. Yeah, no, Legos are great. I'm totally all aboard the Lego train. I get it. Yeah, are they expensive? Of course they are. But we are kind of in a Lego renaissance. And man, are there some good Lego sets out right now. We'll talk more about it in the predictions part, but I hope we get more Zelda ones. Because, man, do I love those Zelda sets. Okay, there's the first glass of water down. Only an hour in. That is not a good sign. And it coincided with another failed run. Alright, let's talk about some miscellaneous stuff. So, board game. Right, in the past, board games have had its own category. I played almost nothing this year. I played a few games of Codenames. I played like a game or two of Ticket to Ride. I played a game or two of Werewolves. I played a game or two of Muffin Time. I didn't really do that many. I have so many board games, and I feel like I don't use very many of them. I need to, find a new board game group or something. But I was going to say I don't have a favorite board game this year. And then at the 11th hour. So, Muffin Time, created by Tomska, Eddie Burback, and the people over at Big Potato Games, they made a follow-up game called Don't Press That Mine Turtle. And I kickstarted it, whenever they did that. And it arrived, a few weeks ago. I think it arrived, right before Thanksgiving. And I was going to play it at Thanksgiving. And we just kind of ran out of time, They kept us busy. But so for Christmas the other day, I brought Mine Turtle to Christmas. And I was like, maybe we'll get around to it this time. Sure enough, we did. And I had a fantastic time. Mine Turtle is basically truth or dare. That's how I would describe the game. You're picking cards. You've got truth cards, you've got dare cards, and you've got challenge cards. And, you're playing them, you give them to other people. They either do the challenge, and when they succeed, you press the button, or when they fail, they press the button. And that's it. It's as simple as that. It's kind of like, there's a little physical Mine Turtle. You press the button on. It's kind of like an Uno attack. But, minus the Uno part. And yeah, it's cute. It's simple. I had to eat an entire spoonful of mustard, and it fucking sucked. I had to recite it's the Modern Major General thing because I knew how to do that. There was some other stupid shit I had to do, but it was a really good, fun time. There is a not safe for work version, but we just played the standard PG version, you know. Did it with the family on Christmas. And yeah, it was really good. We played for I want to say like an hour and a half. We played for a while. We didn't go through the whole deck, but we went through most of the deck. And yeah, it was just a good time. There's some wild stuff in there. Oh god. I also got, so Cards Against Humanity, every Black Friday, they do some sort of stupid Black Friday thing. This year, their stupid Black Friday thing was a diamond potato. It was a potato that has a bunch of real diamonds stuck in it. And I saw it at the time, you know, because in the past, like, one year they did, like, a thing where you filled out a captcha, and you could get a discount code. And I want to say, I got, like, 60% off, because you better believe I filled out that captcha. But this year, I saw the diamond potato thing. Of course, there was, like, this massive line or whatever. But I was like, you know what, fuck it. Let's see what I can do. I was free at the moment it went up. Sure enough, yesterday, I get a package from Cards Against Humanity. I have a real, actual potato with diamonds in it. What the fuck am I going to do with this? I have a real, actual potato with... Like, it is a real potato. Like, I could take a bite out of this potato with real, actual diamonds. What the fuck am I supposed to do with that? I have no idea. It comes with a little stand. It's very cute. Is it actually worth any money? Probably not. I mean, I know, I'm pretty sure the resale value on diamonds fucking sucks, but beats me. But no, yeah, there was that. So yeah, my board game of the year is mine. Don't touch that. Don't press that mine turtle. I was genuinely, actually pretty impressed with it. For, you know, last minute, 11th hour contender, they did a good job. Soda, you know, I always like to try weird sodas. My favorite soda was Sonic's Butter Brew. Sonic, you know, for the holiday season, they did a sugar cookie Dr. Pepper and a butter brew, you know, kind of like, I think it's supposed to be like a butterscotch thing. It's very good. I've got it like 4 times in the past like 2 months. It is really good. It's sweet. It's creamy. It's like a root beer or a cream soda. It's just really good. If it's still available right now, I would recommend it. That's my soda of the year. Also, we found out Pepsi Nitro was getting discontinued. That sucks. Yeah, quick shout out to Pepsi Nitro, specifically the vanilla one. I went to my local Walmart when I found out it was early December, when I found out it was being discontinued next year, and they had 4 packs, and I just bought up all 4. So I've been drinking Pepsi Nitro for the past month. Because, you know, once it's gone forever. It was an interesting experiment. It doesn't at all surprise me that it failed, but I did enjoy it. I enjoyed Pepsi Nitro while it happened, you know. Let's talk about Dropout real quick. You know, I always talk about Dropout stuff. Dropout had so many good things this year. Very Important People. Game Changer season, 5 or 6? Whatever season the Game Changer we're at. That was a great season of Game Changer. Gastronauts is current. I think it just wrapped its season. Gastronauts was really fun, right? A cooking show where all the cooking ideas are created by comedians. You had some real fun ideas in there. I haven't seen Nobody Asked yet, so, you know, don't ask. But I'll get around to it. But my favorite thing from Dropout this year, Make Some Noise Season 3. Make Some Noise has always been a good show, right? It was a really funny idea in Game Changer that they then spun off into its own standalone show. They got a bunch of great comedians coming in to do some really fun episodes. Season 3 is their best season. Every single episode has brought me to tears from laughing so hard. at least once. Sometimes more than once. Some episodes have been hilarious. I think the one big change they've made this season is the show starts off with a mini game, and I feel like that does a fantastic job of like getting people into like the mood. And then there's just been some great prompts, some great comedians have been brought in who have done fantastic jobs. Every episode this year has been amazing. And every time I'm like, oh, this is going to be the final episode of the season. Nope. They just keep going. We keep getting episodes. They have done some experimenting. Like the most recent episode, instead of starting with a mini game, they ended with a mini game. I didn't like that. I like the show ending with the all three together prompts, right? Where they jump into the abyss together. I like them starting with a mini game. I think is great. Ending, I don't really care for that. They tried some 4-player stuff. It's got potential. 4-player has some potential. We'll have to wait and see if they experiment with that more. But yeah, Dropout still doing fantastic work. If you are not subscribed to Drive, if you're not giving them $5 or $6 a month, you are missing out. And that doesn't even mention like any of the Dimension 20 stuff. Oh my god, Dimension 20 has been amazing this year. Was it Fantasy High Junior Year, Misfits and Magic, and we're getting another season of Dungeons and Drag Queens? Yeah, it's gonna be great. So last year I mentioned the Try Guys. I'd heard of the Try Guys, but I'd never really watched them. This year they came out and they basically rebranded themselves as, right, they kind of like Dropout. They launched their own streaming service. They're still putting stuff on YouTube though, so don't worry about that. And it's called Second Try. And I was like, you know what? Fuck it. I've been into the Try Guys this year. And yeah, we've got some great stuff from them. They did Eat the Venue, where they went to fucking like Disney. Keith went to Disneyland and Disney World and Animal Kingdom. And, Epcot and Tomorrowland. Or not Tomorrowland. Six Flags. He went to all these different places. Ate a ton of great food. We got dropped into a city, which I don't love the name, but the show is very fun, right? 4 of them go around, and they're filling out like a scavenger hunt throughout a city. They do a lot of fun, interesting stuff. We got a bonus episode of them at Disney World, and it was like, oh my god, this is a great bonus episode. And it was a lot of fun. So that was good. We had the most recent season of Without a Recipe. They did a Tournament of Champions. That was good. That was fun. That just wrapped up. But my favorite thing from the Try Guys was Phoning It In. Phoning It In is again a cooking show where you have a professional chef on a payphone giving instructions to an idiot on the other side, who then have to try to complete whatever the dish the professional chef created. It's a very fun, very entertaining show. They did some great stuff with it. I think it's coming back for a 3rd season. I'm very excited. Oh, another show that was another cooking show, Escape the Kitchen. They combined a cooking show with an escape room. Also very fun. Also a very good idea. My MVP of the Try Guys has been Johnny Cakes. I have loved everything Johnny Cakes has done this year. Fantastic. As someone, I watched the first season of Is It Cake. I'll be honest, I don't really remember the first season of Is It Cake. But in everything Johnny Cakes has done for the Try Guys, they have knocked it out of the park. They have been fantastic, super entertaining. Go give it a watch. The Marble League. The Marble League is currently going on right now. My team, Team Galactic, we have been mathematically eliminated. As of event, 13, we were mathematically eliminated from winning. And as of event 14, which aired today, we have been mathematically eliminated from getting the championship. Right? We can't even podium. We cannot get in the top 3 teams. it has been a terrible year for Team Galactic. At least in the Marble League. That sucks. That really sucks. And then, so all of this, right, us having an awful year, it all came to a head on Christmas, when on Christmas Day, or it was the next day, but it happened on Christmas Day. The coach of Team Galactic was relieved from their position. Coach Black Hole, effective as of December 25th, 2024, is no longer the coach of Team Galactic. And instead we have a new coach, Celeste. So, what I'll say, Coach Black Hole was a good coach. I know right now things are going bad, spirits are low. Again, every week when we watch the Marble League here on stream, I call it Sad Boy Hour. That's very intentional. Things have been going bad, but I want to not forget all of the good years. In the past, Coach Black Hole has led us on some really good years. Did we win a Marble League? No. Did we did we not even qualify back in like 2021? Yes. I think it was 20. It was either 21 or 22. I think it was 21. Yes, that also did happen. But other than that, we've had some good years. I want to say in 2022, we came in second or third place overall. That was a fantastic year. We've had some good events in Marbula 1. We've had, we did pretty decent. I think we made it in the top half of the Marble Survival 100. We've had some good runs. Coach Black Hole was a good coach. Could this have just been an off year and, someone had to take the fall? It's totally possible. But I don't want to downplay what good stuff they have done. Because, just to put this in, someone pointed out that as of the most recent event, the Raspberry Racers are now the third ever team to score over 1,000 points across every Marble League. The only two other teams to have done it are the O'Rangers and the Savage Speeders. Raspberry Racers are the third ever team to score over 1,000 points. And Team Galactic currently sits at 997 points. If we score before the end of the Marble League this year, so we have 2 more events. If we score at least 3 points, we will have been the 4th team to score over 1,000. That's fantastic. That's a good run right there. But there's also the potential, if we don't win a medal in the next 2 events, we will be the 9th team to have done a Marble League without winning a single medal. That would suck. I mean, it's not, the first 3 to do it. I mean, I remember when the Green Ducks didn't get a medal in 2020. But, yeah, we wouldn't have been the first team to do it. We're, the 9th. And Crazy Cat's Eyes are also in the same position. Or not Crazy Cat's Eyes, I mean Balls of Chaos. But, yeah, no, Coach Black Hole has done some good stuff. I don't want to downplay any of their achievements. And I also wish the best for Coach Celeste. I know she's got a hard road ahead of her, but Celeste is all about climbing a mountain. Team Galactic has fallen down. They've got a mountain to climb. But if anyone can take us up, I hope it's her. I put my faith in her. I think she'll do great. I hope she'll do great. So, we'll get to YouTubers here in a second. I got one more miscellaneous thing that I don't know where else to put on here, because it doesn't really fall under any of these other categories. Let's talk about Alarmo. So way back in October, everyone was really excited for the Nintendo Switch 2. The writing was on the wall that Nintendo was going to reveal something. And then it ended up being the Nintendo Alarmo. And at the time, it was like, oh wow, this fucking $100 alarm clock. oh god, Nintendo, you're fucking crazy. What the fuck is this? But in the back of my mind, I was like, you know what? I actually do want one. So, fun fact, this entire time, I have had an Alarmo. It's been here the whole time. Yeah, I have owned a Nintendo Alarmo, and I have used it every day throughout like half of October, the entirety of November, and now here we are in December, and I have been waking up to Mario Kart 8 music. Yeah, I've had an Alarmo. So, having used it for almost 3 months now, what are my thoughts on Alarmo? It's okay. Is it worth the price? No, not at all. As a Nintendo shill, would I have bought, do I wish it was cheaper, Yes, of course I do. If you have a kid who is a Nintendo fan, will they enjoy it? Yeah, they probably will. Since for most of the time I've been waking up to Pikmin music. Have I played Pikmin since I've been using the Alarmo Pikmin music to see if it gives me like war flashbacks? No. That is not something I've done. But I actually I kind of enjoy waking up to Pikmin music. It plays the little like trumpet, like the little wake up sound, and then we get some, you get some delightful little Pikmin music. A Bulborb pops up on, like, a little, like, image of a Bulborb, and you, like, wave your hand to fight the Bulborb, and you kill it. And it's like, it kind of makes waking up every morning, into a little game, I wake up every morning, and I'm like, okay, let's fight this Bulborb. And usually I get up within, like, 5 minutes. So only, like, once or twice have I ever gotten to the full 20. Most of the time that's intentional, by the way. But yeah, it's a neat little thing. Is it better than the alarm? Like, if I had just kept using the alarm clock I was previously using, aka my phone, have I seen, like, any benefits to Alarmo? No, not really. Have I been kind of annoyed with the sensor? Because I'll get up out of my bed, and, when you get out of the sensor's range, it's supposed to do, like, a little jingle. It doesn't do the jingle, and it's probably because I move it around so much. Because, I have it set on this little, like, my little nightstand. I bump the nightstand constantly. Like, if I back up in my chair right now, I hit the nightstand. So it gets jostled, it gets moved. Sometimes when I get up out of bed, it'll turn off. Sometimes it'll be when I exit my room to go to my door. Sometimes I'll be laying in bed and it'll just turn off. And I can't figure out why. Yeah, it's a little bit inconsistent, but it is interesting, Did it make waking up fun? Not exactly, but it didn't make it worse. And yeah, for the most part, I use the Pikmin stuff, but they updated it recently to add Mario Kart. And, I've had some days off, so I was like, what, fuck it. On my days off, I'll just turn it to Mario Kart music. Admittedly, my Mario Kart music has been a little bit mixed, because, like, one day I woke up the second it started, when it was, like, playing, like, Donkey Kong music. And then the other day, it was, like, playing, like, Bowser music or something. And I, like, looked over at it. I slept through, like, the first 10 minutes of it. But I still did hear it. So, yeah, I think it's a neat little device. The one thing that drives me crazy about it, so it's got one of those, because it's got sensors on it, the screen will turn off when you're like laying down still, but if you like move or jostle or anything, the screen will turn back on. And like, I have it the brightness set to the lowest setting, but it's still not like, I'm one of those people who likes to sleep in pitch black. Like, the brightest light in my room is, like, a little LED indicator. And sometimes I think that's even too bright. Right? Like, I literally, like, the little LED indicator on my computer, I literally have covered, because I think that's too bright sometimes. So, yeah, that's, like, I wish there was a way to just, like, hey, the second it hits, like, 10 o'clock, or whenever, whenever, I think 10 o'clock is when I have it set to like, hey, this is the time to go to sleep. Like the screen just turns off unless you tap the top button. Then it'll turn back on. I kind of wish that was an option. It might be, but I don't think it is. It keeps sleep records, I don't like looking at my own sleep records, Ugh. At least it's not, sending data to Nintendo as far as we know. But yeah, as one of these weird Nintendo quality of life experiments, yes, have I been participating in it? Totally. But I kind of, it's neat. If I wasn't a Nintendo fan, I would have never gotten this. But Nintendo owns a part of my soul. I was gonna give it a shot, and it's been okay. Right, and I do also have my phone as like a backup. Like when my normal alarm goes off, I have my phone set to go off like 20 minutes later, just in case. Because, I always worry about sleeping through my alarm. I have never actually slept through the alarmo. Right? That's a good thing. If you want it to be loud, it can be loud. Like, it can get loud. Sometimes I worry it's too loud and I'm going to wake up my roommates. But so far, I've gotten no complaints. So yeah, that's been Alarmo. So no, I would not recommend one unless you're like a diehard Nintendo fan or you have children who are diehard Nintendo fans, in which case they will probably get a kick out of it. So I guess that takes us to our last thing in miscellaneous. So every year I make a list of YouTubers who I learned existed this year. Because, I watch a lot of YouTube, right? Like, I don't have cable. I only have a few of the streaming services, right? I don't watch that much. So most of my entertainment comes through YouTube. And every year I try to keep a list of like, hey, these are the guys I watched, guys and gals. Here are people I would recommend, It's basically just shout-outs. But there are people that are right, that I only heard about this year. So, right, like, I think last year's winner... Who was last year's winner, actually? I know one year it was Veilfisk. I know one year Veilfisk won my YouTuber of the year. Was it, like, Khan last year? It might have been Khan last year. That's either that or like the Try Guys or something. This year I've got a bunch. Looking at this list, I've got 26 people. So let's just get into it. And of course, so I'm just going to go through this list, talk about what they did that I liked, probably have to look up some people, and then we'll end off with my two favorites. First off, Purple Cliff. I had heard of Purple Cliff in the past. I'd never actually watched any of their videos. But they basically created hide and seek in Pokemon, where, you're hiding as a Pokemon and someone is trying to, like, hunt you down. I'm a massive fan of Mario Odyssey hide and seek. So when I saw they could do it in Pokemon, I was like, oh, that sounds fantastic. And yeah, they've done a bunch of that. I've watched the last one out of Hoenn, last one out of Johto videos. Those are really entertaining if you've never seen them. Charlatan Wonder, they did a video... I think I only watched a single video from this person, but it was so good it put them on this list. They did a video where they played, I want to say Fallout New Vegas. It was either New Vegas or Fallout 4, but they followed gun laws, where it was like, hey, what if we followed real life gun laws in the Fallout universe, right? How would the game play? And it was, it's a classic one of those challenge videos, like something the Late Mitten Squad would do. There's a ton of other channels who make satisfying videos like that. And yeah, it was a really good, fun challenge video that it's like over an hour long. If you haven't seen it, I easily recommend it. Next up, Press A. Press A did a lot of Pikmin challenges. Like, oh, can you beat Pikmin 3 without blue Pikmin? How many Pikmin does it take to beat Pikmin 4? Surprise, surprise, it's not that many, right? Can you beat Pikmin 2 without purple Pikmin? You know, videos like that. I'd heard last year we talked about Hef a lot, right? Hef was the big Pikmin person I'd watched last year. Press A was this year. Could you say Press A was what inspired my Can I Beat All 4 Pikmin games in one day video? There's probably an element of that, yes. Yeah, no, good stuff. I'm pretty sure at the end of that 16-hour Pikmin stream, I called them out. Like, hey, do this, Press A. Can you beat me? And I want to say they did play all 4 Pikmin games, 100%ing them in 24 hours. I want to say, like, a month after I did it, they did it. And technically, they 100%ed all the games. So yeah, that was good. Asteroid videos. This is the guy who did, like, the, hey, let's actually create a simulation to see if one of every Pokemon could beat a billion lions. Turns out they can't, right? The lions got their asses kicked, or the Pokemon got their asses kicked. So they did stuff like that. They did the challenge to, you know, create an unbeatable Pokemon. A lot of fun stuff like that. You know, just real entertaining challenge videos. Oh, do I have, what was his name? More Patters on here? I don't think I do. Patters, yeah. Patters is like a reaction channel. But, you know, specifically themed around, like, Pokemon stuff. Even though I think at one point they did do, Parkour Civilization, which I don't think I have Parkour Civilization on. I don't think I have Evbo on here either. I think either both of those can count, or Evbo made the list last year. I kind of can't remember. Let's just throw them both on here. What has Asteroid Videos done recently? Using VFX to reveal the true scale of Pokemon 2 weeks ago. I'll have to watch that. I actually haven't watched that one. I watched, next up, List the Lass. List the Last did, I'm presuming Stardew Valley. Yeah, Stardew Valley, The Sims. Oh, they did I bet I found them through I Played Every Single Pikmin Game, which is like an hour-long video. And yeah, just real entertaining stuff, you know? Kind of reminds me of some of this, you know, similar to like, oh god, what is her name? Why can I not think of her name? I can't tell you who I'm thinking of. She was on last year's list, I think. I'm trying to scroll through my YouTuber list to find who I'm thinking of. I don't know. I don't know who I'm thinking of. But yeah, no, List the Last was fun. Oh wait, we'll save that one for later. Danny Mata. Danny Mata was, you know, I'd never heard of I'd probably seen his clips on TikTok of him on his that anime podcast. I knew nothing about the guy. This year, you know, when all the Gravity Falls stuff started around that time, Danny Mata went through and watched every episode of The Owl House, and it was really entertaining, you know? They're kind of weird, and I definitely don't always agree with. I don't always agree with them. Like, I want to say I yelled at them about Balatro here. Like, they talked about, like, why the hell is Balatro nominated for Game of the Year? It's just a card game. And I was just like, awful take. What an awful take. You know, I was one of 1,000 people to say that. But yeah. But other than that, they made some good videos, you know, watching them watch The Owl House, get obsessed with Hootie. That was a lot of fun. Next up, Martin Cytopants? Who the Again, some of these guys I could have watched for like a week, got really into them, and then haven't watched them since. Let me look up this one. Martin Cytopants. Martin's. Oh, this guy did There were some Minecraft videos. Yeah, can you beat Skyblock without the start chest? Trying to beat hardcore Minecraft with my idiot friends. A few other weird videos, some stuff in Just Cause 3. The ultimate Flash game tier list. Some stuff in Kerbal Space Program. Just some real entertaining videos. I mean, they've got over 2 million subscribers. They know what they're doing. TB Skyen. Next, TB Skyen. Oh, TB Skyen. Okay. TB Skyen is the guy who he's been going through and making shorts rating every Pokemon. Right? I think he's currently at the end of Generation 4. But yeah, he just does these shorts where he rates every Pokemon, talks about, what good design elements they have, what good things they've been doing, what bad things they do. Yeah, his most recent video is about Palkia. And yeah, they're just really entertaining shorts. Right? Like, I don't have TikTok people on here. But, like, this is the closest you get. And yeah, it was interesting, I like hearing about that design stuff. Next up, Billiam. So Billiam did some videos on History Channel. I remember exactly where I was. I was playing through Luigi's Mansion. The original game. Because I replayed Luigi's Mansion this year for the first time in a while. Well, specifically I played the 3DS port, which I'd never played before. Semantics aside. And I was like, okay, I want something to watch. So I looked up something weird, and a video of theirs popped up where they were talking about, the History Channel or Animal Planet mockumentaries. Like the one of, like, what if dragons were real? What if mermaids were real? Just some real interesting videos. So yeah, I recommend those. Let's see, Design Frame. I think this is some gaming stuff. Oh yeah, Design Frame did a almost 2-hour video on how Security Breach is fundamentally broken, and they don't just mean the bugs. They did a bunch of videos on Cuphead, looking at the level design of Cuphead. It was actually watching the Cuphead videos is what made me want to replay Cuphead, even though they spend multiple hours. I'm talking 2 hours and 33 minutes, 2 hours and 39 minutes, 2 hours and 4 minutes, just talking about how Cuphead, all the problems with its level design and boss design. I found those videos so entertaining, and I actually replayed Cuphead. And yeah, again, if you like those good 10-hour documentaries, yeah, you can tell that's what I like. Let's see, next up. Oh, Alicia X Death. A VTuber, a reaction VTuber, but I thought they were funny. They were entertaining. I can't even remember what I watched from them. And, it came up in my feed, and I was like, yeah, you know what, that seems kind of funny. And sure enough, yeah, it was kind of funny. I didn't watch much of them this year, but I do remember watching a few things. Next up, there's a channel called Maker. And they did 3 videos where they watched and reviewed every Pokemon movie. And it was just a super entertaining series. They were... I'm assuming they're still a small channel. Let me look them up. Maker Pokemon movies. Let's see. Yeah, 14K subscribers. That's still really small. They watched all 24 Pokemon movies. They ranked them. Right, there was like... They of course judged them on like story quality, but one of their categories was Ash's mortality, right? Whether or not Ash dies in the movie. And yeah, it was just a real... Because it's one of those things where it's like, I stopped watching Pokemon movies, I want to say at like Gen 6. So like to see the movies that came out after that was really interesting, because I had never even seen some of them. So like finding out that the one with Zora, like the Power of We or whatever it was called, the Power of Together, finding out that that's a really good movie, and then watching the video, and then watching the Pokemon movie and being like, yeah, you know what, I did actually really enjoy that. That was really interesting. Yeah. Window Ledge, again, another channel that only made it on here for a single video, but that single video was really good. They took Link in Breath of the Wild, and they made it was during the Olympics, and they were like, hey, what if we, put Link through Olympic trials? Like, how good is Link as an athlete? How fast does he run? How fast can he jump? How far does he throw? And, just using, metrics in the game to measure stuff. It was just a really entertaining video. And that earned him a spot on this list. Goombana, so Schaeferless did a video asking, hey, which Smash Bros. Characters have eaten pizza? And it was a really entertaining, really fun video. So Goombana basically just took that concept, and she was like, okay, well, let's see some other things, right? How many Smash Bros. Characters have seen a skeleton? How many Smash Bros. Characters... what were some other ones? I remember the skeleton one, specifically. How many Smash Bros. Characters have canonically done a crime? How many Smash Bros. Characters... can play an instrument, right? And there's a bunch of other stuff as well. They teamed up with Jake from Roll for Sandwich and looked at rated video game sandwiches, which Mario Kart tracks can humans run on, just some real entertaining stuff. Solid channel. Next up, Bits. Bits is a Satisfactory channel. When Satisfactory 1.0 came out, I kind of got a little bit into Satisfactory. Bits was a fun one. So yeah, I enjoyed their content. I think they were the one that they reacted to Let's Game It's Out's Satisfactory videos, where, he just commits war crimes and builds, the most ridiculous spaghetti factories in the world. All super entertaining. Next up, I got Sauceman. Sauceman is a Factorio player who then so they were that, but then they made a series of videos where they played the game Plate Up, which, if you don't know, Plate Up is like Overcooked, but, multiplayer. Okay, Overcooked is multiplayer. Imagine if you took Overcooked and made it a roguelite. That's Plate Up. And I was like, oh, that's okay. It's published by the Yogscast, of all people. But I saw Sauceman made videos where they tried to use their Factorio skills to automate kitchens in Plate Up. And that's a really entertaining concept. And yeah, it makes for some great videos. Next up, I have Scooty. Scooty. Oh, Scooty does, I played 100% of X game. I played 100% of Balatro. I played 50 hours of web fishing. I played 100% of Peglin. Right, videos like that. Also, entertaining as well. A lot of Pokemon stuff, it looks like. Next up, we got Alexa. Right, it's like Alexa, but with an O. They mostly cover indie games. I think they're popular-ish. Recently, I've been seeing them play a lot of Ballionaire, which is actually what made me play Ballionaire. But yeah, it's just a bunch of indie games. They cover Steam Next Fest demos. Just real entertaining. Good half-hour long videos. Nice to put up in the background. The next two people I have is RCCH and Codex HD. At some point I fell into Plants vs. Zombies YouTube, and people talking about Plants vs. Zombies, playing the game with some mods, doing some challenge runs, and these were the two people on that list. They were just entertaining, Finding out about all these Chinese Plants vs. Zombies games I'd never heard of before was really interesting. Alright, we're almost done. We're in the bottom 5. Let's see. Ambiguous Amphibian did something. Oh yeah, I've recently been watching some of their stuff. We're getting up to the modern day. They just put out a video that was like, hey, can you beat Planet Coaster with a $0 park? I watched some of their Spore stuff. Again, some of their Sims, some of their Planet Coaster. It's just kind of entertaining, you know. It's challenge videos. I like challenge videos. That's fun. So yeah. Next up, Wallagug. Wallagug is another one of those I played 100% of videos. I found them because last month they made a video called I played 100% of Scribblenauts. I loved Scribblenauts as a kid. So when I saw that video, I was like, oh yeah, let's take a good nostalgia trip here. So that was fun. They did Vocation Simulator recently, the Henry Stickman collection. They did I Expect You to Die, which I still need to watch. Right, just some fun, you know. I like a channel that I haven't really heard of until this year is these guys who do the I played 100% of X game, or I played 100% of Y, you know, I played 100 days in Y. It's a channel that I don't really remember existing before this year. I know they definitely have. But yeah, I'd never heard of it, but they make, again, I like good, like, hour-long videos that I can just put on in the background and not really have to focus on. And yeah, this is a good one. And then the final one before we get into my top two, Noir Heart. Noir Heart plays New Super Mario Bros. U. I found them earlier in the year when I watched one of their like New Super Mario Bros. Randomizers, where it's like, hey, what if every level was randomized? And it kept breaking on like the Second World's Castle. And I remember watching that video and enjoying it. But I guess I just forgot to put their name on the list. But recently they popped up in my feed again. And because they did like they're doing like a mod for New Super Mario Bros. Wii. And there's like a Roy dating sim. And, you know, it's a lot of fun. And I'm like, oh yeah, you know, they should. Because I thought they might have been on last year's list and they weren't. But I had to make sure they were here. So that brings me to my top two. So, in second place, if you ask, so YouTube does their like Spotify Wrapped, where it's like, hey, here's the YouTubers you watched the most this year. Here's, you know, the videos that, you know, did this or that. And when I looked at YouTubers, you know, Wrapped thing, they did one for YouTube Gaming. And when I looked at that, the number one YouTuber YouTube says I watched was Floyd's Son. Floyd's Son is, again, another one of these I played 100% guys. You know, I played 100% of Raft. I spent 100 days in Grounded. It's mostly 100 days. I played 100 days of Subnautica. And yeah, I'm pretty sure they're Australian. God, they crucified me if I was wrong. Because that's what the Australians do. Oh, but just some really entertaining stuff. I think I found their Subnautica video, because that came on my feed earlier this year, and I enjoyed that. And then I kind of went through their entire back catalog. And when, you know, every video you make is like 3 hours long, no wonder they were my most watched channel this year, right? Because I'll tell you the actual, like the one that's getting first place this year, they do shorter videos. I'll tell you that. But no, they were, again, out of all these 100% channels, I think they're my favorite. Don't tell them I said that. I really enjoyed it. Like, recently, they just put out a video that was like 100% of Grounded, and it was like 4 hours long, but I watched the entire thing. I had it on while at work, right? I just had it on at the background at work. I really enjoyed it. It was super entertaining. So yeah, that was great. But my number one channel this year is Zane Games. Zane Games is a Pokemon YouTuber who doesn't actually play any Pokemon. I don't think they put out a single video in one of the Pokemon games this year. Their videos are all about Pokemon, but they don't actually play Pokemon. So I first heard about this guy way earlier in the year, when I kept seeing his clips on TikTok, where it was a video like, I made a Pokemon quiz, but all the answers are wrong. And that's like the joke, right? Like there's that one famous episode of the anime where it's like, who's that Pokemon? Oh, it's Voltorb. Nope, it's Jigglypuff from above. Imagine if that was a question like that was every question in a game of Jeopardy. It would drive you crazy. And that was kind of what their videos, right? Like, it's these quizzes where, like, it shows you a picture of, like, a Bulbasaur. And then it's like, nope, that's not actually a Bulbasaur. That's a Bidoof with a pumpkin on their back. And they're not playing... Again, they're all about Pokemon, mostly. They've done some non-Pokemon stuff that's also good. But they're, like, Pokemon quizzes. They've eventually gotten to some wild places. Like, they did one where they were at, like, a high school. And, like, there was a math class and a science class. They went to a castle at one point. They went to jail. There's a bunch of lore. Like, Snom is, like, a mafia boss. Feebas is the king. Reveroom, right? Reveroom is the answer to every question. It's just a bunch of fun little stuff like that. It's Zane... It's Peter. I want to say Zach. I don't remember the other guy. I know Bailey is Zane's fiance. My favorite video. I would recommend. I'm pretty sure on their YouTube channel they just have a playlist of Pokemon quizzes. I'd recommend just watching that. But my favorite one is the Bailey quiz. Right? Zane's fiance makes a quiz. And it reminds me of one of my favorite Achievement Hunter videos of all time, Lindsay Wins. Where it's just like, hey, can we take someone who's, not exactly great at what they do, and just try to make them win? What crazy things happen? It's one of my favorite videos of all time. And yeah, the Bailey quiz is so fucking funny. It is so scuffed, and it is so entertaining. Bailey is so endearing. They put their heart and soul into that video, and it really shows. They did a bunch of Halloween stuff. As time goes on, right, they've gotten more away from the quiz stuff, and, they've messed around with other stuff. They did, like, Cards Against Humanity Pokemon. They did Drawfee Pokemon. They've messed around with some other things, but it's all really entertaining. Zummel... Oh my god. One of the categories is like, hey, I've dressed up as a Pokemon. Who am I? And Zummel, man. So funny. There's another channel, Delicious James, which basically took... I don't want to say they ripped them off, but they also started doing, like, the Pokemon quizzes, but everything is wrong. But they made their videos interesting by actually integrating the game. That by, hey, we're going to play it like Jeopardy, but instead of getting money, you get prizes or punishments that you use to build a Pokemon team. Like, yeah, at first, did they start off as a ripoff? Maybe, potentially. Again, it could be a whole Hydrox Oreo thing, but I think they eventually found their own voice. I admittedly haven't watched Delicious James in a while, but Zane, it's the one channel where it's like, whenever I see a video pop up on my feed, it's like, oh, I'm going to watch this right now. They are my channel. Again, they are not the most watched channel this year, but they're the one I think I've gotten the most enjoyment out of. I would highly recommend them. Again, they don't actually play Pokemon. It's all Pokemon adjacent, but it's super entertaining. So with that, that's all my YouTubers, a ton of recommendations, a ton of people you should watch. Go check them all out. They've all done great stuff, I always try to find new people, spread the love, as they would say, and there's some love. So that takes us into Game of the Year. So, there we go. For my Game of the Year this year, rules are as followed, right? It's the top 10 games I have played this year. It is in a particular order, obviously. The only two rules are I must have played the game this year, and they cannot have been on a previous year's list. That's it. that are my only 2 rules, right? They can have come out in previous years, anything like that. They can be DLCs. I've had DLCs be on the list before, so just be aware of that. There are, of course, a bunch of games I don't play. A lot of stuff on Xbox and PlayStation. I don't really... Even though I own an Xbox and a PlayStation, right, there's a lot of stuff I just didn't play. I didn't get around to. A lot of stuff I wanted to play, like Elden Ring, that I just didn't touch. But I have a list. Am I happy with this list? I'm happy with the bottom, and I'm happy with the top. It's the middle I'm kind of iffy on. Which is really weird, because most years it's the opposite. Most years I struggle with either the top or the bottom of the list. Right? Like, I think last year I struggled with the bottom, because I couldn't... Because, I needed, like, a 7 or an 8. That's how Jasant made it on the list at the very last minute. This year, yeah, it was the middle. Am I entirely... The top I'm happy with. And I think the bottom I'm happy with. But yeah, the middle... There's a lot of wiggle room in the middle. I feel like... The way I'm going to put it is there were some good games this year. But I wish more games had blown me away. I guess that's how I'm going to put it. There were some good games, but only a few of them were like, yeah, these are fantastic. Whereas last year, I had like 5 games that were like, any of these could have been Game of the Year. Not this year. Not this year. It's pickings were a little bit more slim. Not to say it was a bad year in gaming. Actually, to the contrary, it was a great year in gaming. We got some fantastic games. As good as last year? No. But you're only gonna get years like last year every, 7 years. Right? I would say not, once in a console generation. And even still, that might be a little generous. Last year was fantastic. This year was good. Not amazing, but good. So, let me take a big swig, and we'll get into it. So for number 10, I like a good puzzle game. I always try to get a good puzzle game in on my list, at somewheres. In the past it's been stuff like Donut County and Opus Magnum. This year, I kind of struggled a little bit more. There wasn't really, one puzzle game that stood out amongst the rest. There wasn't a Donut County this year. Was it called Donut County? Whatever the donut game was a few years ago. Give me a second. I'm going to find out what this donut game was. Freshly Frosted, not Donut. Donut County was also fine. Freshly Frosted was the game I was thinking of. Right? I usually always try to put at least one, good puzzle game in the list. And so I was kind of like, I had a few options. But when it came down to it, in a Nintendo, they had their one big direct, but they had a few, indie showcases and a few partner presents. And at one of these indie showcases, they showed off a game called Stitch. Stitch is a crochet game. It's a puzzle game where you're making stitches, filling out patterns to fill in the colors. And it's very simple. It can be repetitive. You're just, you see the patterns, you're marking in the numbers, and I enjoyed it. It didn't blow me away, but it was there when I needed it. Because at the time, I was listening to a lot of audiobooks. And when I listen to an audiobook, I want something to play. I don't want to just sit there and listen. I have to multitask. And Stitch was there for me to multitask. It was just simple enough that I could... It's like, right, in real life, people would actually just crochet. They would knit, right? They would do something. Stitch is the video game version of that, right? It's kind of like in the same way that I like video game golf, but I don't like real golf, right? I don't care for real-life crocheting, but I like video game crocheting. And yeah, that's what puts it at number 10. It's got some really fun patterns, Some of the patterns are massive. I've literally spent hours on some of those extra large puzzles. There are daily challenges that kind of remind me of Sudoku. I don't know if they've done any DLC yet. I admittedly haven't played this game in a while. I've been busy with work and other stuff. But when I did have free time, especially during the summer, where, the days were longer and whatnot, I had more time to put into this game. And I did enjoy it. Yeah, it barely scrapes onto the list, but I feel like it definitely earned its place. I had fun with Stitch. It was exactly what I needed it to be. It was a good podcast game. And sometimes that's all I need. For number 9. So, last year, I said I was going to play a Dark Souls game. I hear all these people talk about Souls-likes and games like Dark Souls, but I never actually played one. And I talked about maybe doing Elden Ring, and that just didn't happen. But instead, I did play one game. My number 9 is another Crab's Treasure. This is it baby's first Souls-like? Maybe, but it's still pretty damn difficult. I did struggle with this game. I did enjoy this game. I did not beat this game. I definitely had my struggles. I eventually did get stuck. I was fighting the imitation crab, or I think it was called the intimidation crab, for 2 weeks. There's a part of me that thinks that Dark Souls-like games are never really gonna be my genre. But if any game had a chance at winning me over, it was another Crab's Treasure. And those moments when I did beat the Queen Crab, or, there's a Queen Crab you fight early on who, rules the kingdom or whatever, beating her for the first time, beating the Intimidation Crab. There was, 1 or 2 other things I beat. Right? When you had those successful moments, it was the most satisfying thing in the world. But there are hours of struggle between that. I definitely could have done more in this game if I had just researched a good build. Because I've heard that's how you're supposed to play Dark Souls, is you're just supposed to research a good build and play around that. So if I had done that for this game, I probably would have had a better time. But what I did play, I did really enjoy. I played it on PS5, and I felt like the controls were good. I think I made 1 change. But, the game gives you the options to do that. The gun mode is super satisfying. If I ever did get good at this game, I would love to speedrun gun mode. I feel like that would be very fun. Just as a joke, right? Because that was a stream idea I had that never actually came to fruition, but you better believe I thought about it. But I had a good time with another Crab's Treasure. If I had been better at the game, if I had put more time into the game, it probably would have ended up higher on this list. But as baby's first Dark Souls, and myself being a bab, I enjoyed what was there. It's the closest I've ever got to the genre. I hope, there's a part of me that hopes it's not the closest I will ever get, but for the moment, it was what I needed. Number 8. So, in about September, for no reason at all, I just was really in the mood to play some Mario Party. I mean, the new game was coming out, and I was just kind of excited. So yeah, I got really addicted to Mario Party for a little bit. Specifically, Superstars. And I was kind of worried, oh, by the time Jamboree comes out, am I not going to care anymore? Nope. I still did care. My number 8 game is Super Mario Party Jamboree. This ND Cube gets a bad rap. And rightfully so. They definitely shouldn't be getting, like, death threats or anything, but they have made some stinker Mario parties. I get it. They were trying new things. I think experimentation is important. I remember when 8 came out, people were complaining about it a lot. That Mario Party had become repetitive. That it had become stale. That they want... Right, the only good board in Mario Party 8 is Koopa's Tycoon Town. I get that complaint. So I understand why ND Cube would come out and try something different, try something new. It just didn't work, and then they doubled down in 10. They had one good idea, but awful execution. But then, since then, they've been getting a little better, you know? Super Mario Party was mediocre at best, but, you know, it was better than some of their previous attempts, because we're not even talking about the DS games. Superstars was mostly just a remake, but it was a very solid remake. It was a lot of, you know, it had a lot of fun with it. Jamboree is the best Mario Party in like a decade. Maybe even longer than that. I really enjoyed Mario Party Jamboree. I didn't put an insane amount of time into it. I would say I only played every board once, but I don't ever think I played that Cloud Top board. I don't think we ever got around to that. This was one of those things, kind of like, you know how like other people had like Helldivers phases, where they played a bunch of Helldivers for a few weeks, and then the whole PSN account thing happened and the game kind of dropped off. That was Mario Party. You know, I played a bunch of Mario Party for a few weeks, had a great time, and then I really haven't touched the game since. I don't think I've touched the game since November, or, you know, yeah, since November, and I'm talking, like, early November. So it's been a while. But that, like, 2-3 week period I had with Mario Party Jamboree was amazing. Easily enough to earn it a spot on this list. The new board design is good. I really like the mall one. The mall one is so much fun. I could care... The race car one's kind of whatever. The mini games are good. They're just very long. Jamboree buddies are a very interesting mechanic, right? Double the rewards, but also double the punishments. It can get very tense. It definitely... I think that one of the things that kept it from being higher on this list is that even though, you know, it's just Mario Party, the games feel like they take longer. Like, a 15-turn game in Superstars takes like an hour and 15. In Jamboree, it can take almost like 2 hours. Single turns can last forever in Mario Party Jamboree. And that kind of sucks. You know, it feels like you're just playing less game at a time. Even though, again, sometimes it's just like, hey, you gotta run the obstacle course in the Yoshi game, and that takes forever. You gotta do the Luigi's Mansion one, which takes a while. But, despite those problems, I do still really enjoy it. I had a good time with Mario Party Jamboree. I wish it would get DLC. If it get, kind of like, you know how like people have like a yearly Minecraft phase? If Mario Party Jamboree got DLC, I would, every like few months, I would have like a Mario Party phase, where all I would play for like a week or two is Mario Party. And I would love that, but that's just not going to happen. Nintendo's not going to do that, sadly. But I still enjoyed it. I had a good time with Mario Party Jamboree. And yeah, it's definitely, of all the Mario Party games on Switch, it's one of the better ones. So next up, number 7. So, I'll be honest, I didn't beat this game. Mario & Luigi Brothership, my number 7 game, is a good game. I know, leading up to it, I was like, oh, you know, I want to play a Mario RPG, but I just don't have the time. There's so many other games I need to play, / I want to play. Do I really want to play Brothership? And then Chugga Conroy started doing his Bowser's Inside Story Let's Play, and I was like, you know, maybe I do want to play a little bit of Mario and Luigi. And even though I really haven't watched much of that series, I only watched like an episode or two, it made me want to play Mario and Luigi Brothership. I did not beat this game. I only got as far as, like, the third ocean. But I really enjoyed it. Even, like, it's a long game. It's a slow game. And even, like, most people's problems with the game are in the first two oceans. I still really enjoyed the first two oceans. I had so much fun with this game. I had such a good time just playing it, you know, exploring the world, meeting the new characters. I do, the whole A-B thing drives me crazy, but whatever, you know, eventually you get used to it, hopefully. What was in Mario and Luigi Brothership, I did enjoy. Is it the best Mario and Luigi game? Nah, I'd still probably say Bowser's Inside Story is better, but I did enjoy it. You know, there's some fun characters, some fun locations, you know. I like things like the Carnival Island, some of those forest islands. You know, it's interesting. The villains are interesting. The boss, like, there's definitely something going on with that big boss, right? The fact that he can't remember anybody's name, right? Like, they're clearly building towards something. I just didn't figure out what it was. But I'd still, you know, it just shows, like, you can tell some of these lower games I never actually beat, right? Like, I didn't beat Another Crab's Treasure. Still made the list. I didn't beat Mario and Luigi Brothership. Still made the list. And that's just kind of the nature of, as I grow older, I realize I have less time for games. Right, like, I want to play so much, but I only have so much time. You know, like, finding new YouTubers is easy. I can just be at work, you know, working on my computer, listening to something in the background. That's easy. But gaming takes time. It takes concentration. And, you know, I have to value what I can play. And so that's why I feel like I play less RPGs. That's still why I never finished Xenoblade Chronicles 2. That's why I never even played Xenoblade Chronicles 3. Because of stuff like that. But, you know, for the, like 25 hours I put into Mario and Luigi Brothership, I had a good enough time to make it number 7 on this list. That's the thing. Even though, you know, I never finished it, what I did play of it, I did really enjoy. And I will hopefully finish it one of these days. I don't know when that will be, but hopefully I will eventually finish it. There's enough good there that it makes me want to go back and finish it. I just don't know when that's going to happen. For number 6, so let me take you back to 2016. At the time, the big name on the block, the game everyone was talking about was Overwatch. I didn't really care. You know, I tried out, like, some of the beta stuff. I tried out a free weekend. And it was like, yeah, I mean, I guess this is fun. You know, I played a lot of Mercy. I played some Diva. You know, it was good. It was entertaining. But it didn't blow me away. It has loot boxes. It is the game that kicked off the modern loot box trend. If you've ever wondered where that came from, you know, the game that potentially killed the gaming industry, you could blame Overwatch. But, you know, I was kind of whatever with it. This year, you know, it was all this talk about the Overwatch killer, Marvel Rivals. And leading up to release, it looks like they were doing a lot of things right. You hear a lot about these freemium games, like Multiverses, where it's like, yeah, we're going to release the game with all these characters, but we're only going to give you so many characters at launch. And I just don't care, right? Like, you play a platform fighter to play as the different characters. If you're going to lock half those characters behind, you know, microtransactions, people just aren't going to play it. Or I would rather have paid a full $60 for a good game that had, you know, all the characters, quality stages, quality content. You know, I'd rather just pay money. Marvel Rivals fixed all these problems. It gave you all the characters. It gave you all the stages. Yes, is it a freemium game that still charges you for costumes? Yes, but that's easier to ignore. Do I think costumes are, the end-all, be-all of things? Right, like, I feel like a lot of people give costumes a free pass because they're just cosmetic. I think just cosmetic is a bullshit excuse, because at the end of the day, I do care what my character looks like. And, I have to be careful around games like these because of, gambling addictions and whatnot. But Marvel Rivals still makes my number 6 spot because it was just fun. Sitting down to play it every week, I really got into Cloak and Dagger. Like, I was expecting to be a Jeff the Landshark player, because I like Jeff the Landshark. I think he's a lot of fun, He's a cute comic book character, and, he plays like Mercy, my one character I played in Overwatch. The character I played the most in Overwatch. And then to sit down and actually really like Cloak and Dagger, to like both of them as well. Like, I know there are some Cloak and Dagger mains who just play Cloak. That's the wrong way to play the character. You've got to play both. You've got to find the balance. And I've tried to find the balance. And overall, I've had a good time with the character. I haven't put as much time in this as I wanted to. But what time I have put in there, I have enjoyed. There's that old Reggie Fils-Aimé quote that's like, if the game's not fun, why play it? That's Marvel Rivals. The game is fun. I'm going to play it. Is the game going to be fun forever? No, probably not. But at the moment, the game is fun. And I am enjoying playing it. And I'm going to keep playing it because I'm having a good time. And that's what put it up here on the list. So as we are now halfway through the list, we are going to continue, but first I want to take a quick intermission. So throughout this year on this channel, we've talked about my mother's journey into gaming. She's played games before. I mean, she played Q*bert on the Atari 2600. But this year, she played 11 games, and when I saw her today, because she beat Echoes of Wisdom today, right? Like, she beat the final boss, Null, earlier today. And so, of course, when I went and saw her, I showed her the list of all, 11 games she played, and asked her, hey, what are your 5 favorite? Right? Pick your 5 favorite games. So, yeah, let's do a little quick intermission and go over her top 5 favorite games. These are ranked in order. I'm going to go bottom up. And she gave, like, a little comment on each one. They're all dumb. But, yeah. Her number 5 game was Echoes of Wisdom. She liked it because she got to play as Zelda. Okay, that's cute. Her number 4 game was It Takes Two, or was it Unraveled? No, seriously, that was her comment. Or was it Unraveled? It was It Takes Two, which, although I didn't ask my father what his favorite game was, both my parents, my mother and father, played It Takes Two together. They spent like 6 months on that game, struggling through it. Yeah, they managed to beat it. It was probably also his favorite. That was either his favorite, or I also lent him Mario vs. Donkey Kong. That was probably also his favorite. But yeah, and then of course I told her, hey, his new game, the guy who made It Takes Two, comes out next month. So we'll see what she says about that. At number 3, Hades, or as she kept calling it, Hades Town, because we did go see Hades Town together. And yeah, she just, she likes the Greek mythology stuff. And yeah, she enjoyed Hades. Did she ever get past the second boss? Not as far as I'm aware. Yeah, I don't think she ever beat the Bone Hydra. But, she enjoyed it. Her number 2 game is Breath of the Wild. And the only thing she can remember was she had fun shooting the elephant. Talking about Divine Beast Varudanya? Whatever the Divine Beast is, the elephant. She remembers shooting the elephant, and she remembers Dead Horse. Because in the final boss fight where you fight Pig Ganon, she never got a horse. She had never ridden a horse. So the game gave her a horse, and she immediately got it shot with a laser beam and killed. So those were the 2 things she remembered about Breath of the Wild. And my mother's number 1 game of the year is Tears of the Kingdom. She said it was the handy one because, you know, she remembered Link's arm, right? She could go up, down, and everywhere. She could go to the sky or the underworld. I looked at her stats because, like, I pulled up her, Nintendo does, like, a Nintendo Switch in review thing. You know, like a Spotify Wrapped. She put 81 hours into Tears of the Kingdom. The most time she put into any game this year. She put over 200 hours into video games this year. Between, right, all the Switch Zelda games, It Takes Two, Hades. She played a little bit of Mario Wonder. She played a little bit of Fallout. But yeah, Tears of the Kingdom was her favorite, and that was her game of the year. So yeah, there's your fun little intermission. Now back to our regularly scheduled show. So, at number 5, I'll be honest, this was a hard one for me. Like I said, the middle of this list was tricky, and I didn't exactly know what I wanted to do here. So, I knew this game was going to be on the list. I just didn't know where. It ended up here at number 5. On a different day, it could probably be higher. On another day, it could probably be lower. But that is... my number 5 game is Luck Be a Landlord. Luck Be a Landlord is... it's like Balatro. So much so that it was actually the game that inspired Balatro. No joke. If you go to Luck Be a Landlord's Steam page, the first, like, quote is from the developer of Balatro, being like, hey, this is the game that inspired Balatro. It's... imagine if Balatro here was a slot machine game instead of a poker game. Then you have Luck Be a Landlord, right? It's one of these games where, you know, you're building antes every round to try to pay off your debt. You know, you've got so many rolls of the slot machine before you have to pay up, and you're trying to build, like, synergies. Like, some easy synergies are like, hey, there's a cat, and the cat likes to drink milk. And if you roll the slot machine and the cat and the milk end up adjacent to each other, the cat will drink the milk, getting rid of the milk square, and giving you 10 coins. Or there's a toddler. The toddler gets rid of presents, and candy, and piñatas, and they'll give you stuff for each. There are thieves that, you know, they take money from you every turn, but if you're able to defeat the thief, either by playing, right, a bounty hunter, or by slipping them up on a banana peel, they'll give you all that money back doubled. There's gamblers, where if you add a dice and the dice rolls bad, you get double whatever the gambler's built up. You know, stuff like that. It's all about building up these synergies in these combos. And it's a roguelite, and it's fun. This is maybe the first ever game on my Game of the Year list that I only played the mobile version of. Like, we've had, you know, like, games like Mini Metro in the past, where it's like, yeah, I played this on both PC and on mobile. Luck Be a Landlord, I only played the mobile version. And I had a lot of fun with the mobile version. You know, it's really simple. It's super straightforward. You know, it's just a slot machine. You get, like, instead of jokers, you get, like, these totems or these artifacts. I can't exactly remember what they're called. You get those between rounds. And yeah, it's very simple. It's very straightforward. And that's what I like that. It's one of those things where I can easily sit down, do a run for like 20 minutes, right? Have a full successful run and call it a day. I do think I think Balatro has more complexity than it. If you want Balatro but simpler, still not like zero complexity. Like, there is definitely like synergies and complexity there. But if you want something a little simpler, you know, a little bit more straightforward, I think Luck Be a Landlord's probably a good place to start. I think it's only like $5, so it's a really cheap, easy get. It's definitely something I do recommend. Right, like, it doesn't blow me away like Balatro does in some places. We'll talk about it. But it is really good, right? I did enjoy it. I had many successful runs. You can climb like different levels I think there are something like 20 or 30 levels that all have like their own challenges. It's a lot of fun. It's really entertaining. Graphics are super simple. It's minimalism, but it takes advantage of it. It does everything correct. I really enjoyed it. Next up, so, do you like British humor? I like myself as a good Monty Python every once in a while. I may not be a big Doctor Who fan, but, I like David Tennant. I like Mr. Bean and, Rowan Atkin. I'm a big fan of the Yogscast. Oh my gosh. I watched a lot of Yogscast this year. And I'm not just talking like Jingle Jam like normal. No, I watched they did like a bunch of Minecraft stuff that I really enjoyed. Right, like they did Telephone, whatever it's called, Gardic Phone, and Minecraft. Just like big revival. Super entertaining. Yogscast were on some peak shit this year. So I like my British humor. So there was a game that came out this year that was filled with British humor. Oh my god, it's one of the most British games to ever exist. It's probably more British than We Happy Few, and that game was very British. And it is my number 4 game of the year. Thank goodness you're here. This is a game where you can play this entire game in like 3 hours. It's very linear, it's very straightforward, but it's very weird, very funny. It's got that good, classic, dry sense of British humor. You like your Monty Pythons? Oh my god, you're gonna get that in spades here. Oh my gosh. Basically, the plot is you're like a fixer, like a helper, something along those lines. And you're sent to this small British town to just, help the people out. To solve, maybe you're like a problem solver, and you just go, it's an adventure game. Kind of like, think about like stuff like Day of the Tentacle. It's even simpler than Day of the Tentacle. Like, that's probably more complicated than this and doesn't have some of the bullshit that, this doesn't have the bullshit of Day of the Tentacle. But you're just exploring this town, you're solving people's problems. It's really fucking weird. Like, at one point you get like ground up into ground beef. You get baked into a giant meat pie. They mess a lot with size, scale, perspective. As you just explore this town, you do weird shit. It does the classic video game thing where, you start off the game sitting in a room, and it tells you, oh, just wait a minute, the mayor will be with you. And literally, if you just wait like 20 minutes, you'll just instantly win. I love shit like that. Like, I love when the Far Cry games do that. It does that shit. There's just a lot of weird moments in this game. Like, I would say it's like impossible to describe. You just kind of gotta play it to get it. I played it on Switch. The Switch version ran great. I had no issues with that whatsoever. The art style is fun and creative. It reminds me of some of those old Yogscast animations. Like, if you remember, like, Yogscast did, like, All Hail Datloff and fucking Carrot for a Cock. Like, stuff like that. It kind of looks like that. Like, that's the closest thing I could describe it as. It's fun. It's funny. It's entertaining. I'm sure you could just watch a YouTube video of it and get a very similar experience. But, go support the developers. They're probably a small British team, presumably British, that did a great job making a fun little game. Yeah. Now, it's definitely like this, every year I have a game like Untitled Goose Game or Donut County, where it's like, hey, this is a fun little, 2-3 hour game that costs like $10 to $15 that I know some people are going to be annoyed at that price point, but if you're down for it, you're going to have a great time. And that's exactly what this is. If you're down at that price point just for a fun, again, in the modern day, your time is valuable. I feel like I have less and less of it every year. So a great little 3 hour British comedy game, perfect. We're getting close on this run. I don't want to jinx anything, but we're doing really well. At number 3... For number 3, I'm just going to come out and say it. The Legend of Zelda Echoes of Wisdom. I could see, based on my track record, I could see some people being like, oh, isn't that going to be your number 1? You're a massive Zelda fan. You really like Zelda. And you know what? To be fair, I do really like Zelda. I mean, Breath of the Wild was my number 2 game last year. Or Tears of the Kingdom, was number 2. Right? Because I'm only a bigger fan of Pikmin. Link's Awakening. I have replayed Link's Awakening like 7 times in the past 2 years. I fucking love Link's Awakening. And 3, don't get me wrong, number 3, that's not bad at all. But Echoes of Wisdom is good, but it's not great. I know in the past I've talked about some of these problems. I don't love the dungeon design. The dungeon design is very simple. It's very straightforward. Right? Yes, did the way I solve puzzles and the way my mother solved puzzles very differently. Right? We did things very differently. She struggled a lot more than I did. It took me about 17 hours to beat Echoes of Wisdom. It took her 25. But yeah, I like that creativity. I like that flexibility. I feel like the echo summoning mechanic is really good. But I feel like the game doesn't utilize anything to its fullest potential. I always feel like there's a little bit more there. Admittedly, I didn't do every side quest. I actually didn't do most side quests. I probably missed more than half of them. But what I did do, it was good. I've seen some people describe it as a Pokemon game, and I do definitely think a Pokemon game like Echoes of Wisdom would be very good. I see the potential there. It's just a question of, would Nintendo do something like that? Would the Pokemon Company do something like that? It was fun. I did have a good time. But it just didn't make it as high as I wanted to be. Because I was really excited. Yeah, the story is interesting, right? All the stuff with Noel and the Void, and I fucking hate the fact that they don't call it the Triforce. I listened to the developer, or maybe AGI Onuma. I listened to someone explain why they didn't use the word Triforce, and I'll be honest, it made no sense. I don't get why they didn't do it. Just, especially with where they placed the game on the timeline. What the fuck, Nintendo? But either way, I did enjoy it. The menuing sucks, let's just be honest here. Someone suggested they should have used a radiant wheel, like what they use in Mario Maker 2. And while that isn't perfect, that would have at least been a little better. Let's be honest here. A bunch of radiant wheels would have at least been a little better. Especially, because you can't even, select favorites as far as I'm aware. That kind of sucks. Okay, I feel like I'm doing a lot of complaining. Good stuff, right? Sometimes summoning a bunch of echoes can be very fun. I like some of the characters, right? The mother and daughter in the Gerudo town. The 2, Zoras, the Ocean River and the Sea, the River Zora and the Sea Zora. Those are very fun characters. The Yeti, Kondo, I think his name was Kondo. The Gorons, I remember there was the Goron with the rules. I don't really remember any of the Deku Scrub stuff. But there were some fun characters. There's some good moments. Lefty and Righty, the King, Impa's brother, Luberry. It was cool. I think there is potential. Watching my mother beat the game today, I think there's potential for a Zelda game like It Takes Two. I would love to see Joseph Ferris's take on a Zelda game. where you're doing like that split screen thing where one player is Zelda who has magic and the other player is Link who has sword and bow, and like how those create like different puzzles. And maybe kind of do some like AI stuff to fill in the gaps, you know, for single player people. Like, I don't want another Triforce Heroes or Four Swords Adventure, but I feel like there's potential for a game where you switch between Link and Zelda, right? Like Cloak and Dagger, right? Where you can switch between the two. Or, you know, if you do 2-player, you can play as both. There is potential for something great there. They just have to do it, and I don't know if they will. But no, what I played of Echoes of Wisdom, I did enjoy. I kind of wish it was a brand new map instead of reusing Link to the Past for the third time. Especially because I feel like Link Between Worlds did it better. That's another thing that holds it back from being higher on this list, is Link Between Worlds is just a better game. And look, there's our first successful run. Right, for a run on Switch, we didn't even use 4 of a kind. Wow. That was a pretty solid run. And we're just going to keep the ball rolling into Endless. You know, that sounds fun. Let's see how far we could go. This is also how I play Luck Be a Landlord, by the way. No, I do enjoy Echoes of Wisdom. It's got its good moments. It's got its fun ideas. It just misses the mark in a few places that prevented it from going any higher. I guess that's how I'll put it. For our number 2 game, all year long, for most of the year anyways, I had been hearing about this amazing card game. Oh my god, everyone loves this game. Listen, like, yeah, it may just be poker, but when you play it, you'll get it, right? It's fantastic. And so, after hearing so much about it, you know, originally I said, like, oh, I'll wait for it to come to Switch. Yeah, then it came to Switch, and I was like, I'll get around to it. Finally, I did get around to it. I actually got around to it on PC, and I actually played the mobile version before I played the Switch version here. But that's semantics. I eventually did get around to Balatro, my number 2 game of the year. The game we are currently playing that we just had a successful run on. Am I great at this game? No, but sometimes it feels like it. Like, when you get a successful run, man, is it the most satisfying thing in the world. Like, when your combos line up, when your synergies make sense, it is so good. Everything I said about Luck Be a Landlord is true here, but I feel like Balatro just elevates it. It's so simple, right? You're just making poker hands. But in that simplicity, do you find perfection? They took everything they set out to do, and they made something great. A single developer who, you know, inspired by a little slot machine game, made a poker game, and they made something magical. I've had so many runs, and again, not all of them successful, but I've had a lot of fun here. You know, I love the different decks, I love the different cards, you know, finding new stuff. Like, I remember the first time I got a legendary Joker, and it was the one that doubles kings and queens. Don't remember the name of it. And it was like, all of a sudden, like, my hand, just like, my thought process completely changed. I was just like, oh shit, now we gotta keep, you know, I think I was doing a flush run, so I was like, oh, I gotta keep investing into kings and queens. This run we're doing right now, when I got that Interstellar Joker, I was like, oh shit, now I gotta start playing more Celestial cards. I don't actually know if the Celestial cards are any good, but I feel like they should be, and when I saw that, I was like, yeah, let's just go hard in on this. You know, as the straight Joker. I had a run, because I've been, in preparation for the stream today, I've been playing this game a lot more this week, right? I've only played this game for like a month now, and you know, like, there's some people who are like, oh, you know, I sat down to play Balatro on like Monday, and then next thing I knew it was Thursday night, right? Like, I haven't been that level of addicted to this game, but, you know, for the past month, I've put a lot of time into this. Not as much as, you know, some of these other things. Not as much as our number one, that's for sure. Actually, they're probably pretty close, if not more. I don't know. I actually don't know about that. I could go through all my records and check, but I'm not going to. But, you know, it's just having some satisfying runs, having some great combos. I was doing a run with there's a deck that's all hearts and clubs. And I was like, oh, this is going to be the easiest deck in the world, right? All you got to do is, you know, like, I got a card quickly that was like, hey, gives you a +5 multiplier for every heart card. And I was like, oh, this is going to be the easiest run in the world. And then, of course, you get a boss blind that is heart cards disabled. And it's like, fuck, that ruins the run. But God, just getting to that moment is so satisfying. Even, like, having, like, a failed, right? Like, you see, you know, sometimes, you know, the cards don't roll in your favor. But when they do, oh my God, it is so satisfying. I showed this game off to my parents earlier today when I was over. And I was like, you know, I started up a run. I used, there's a card one of the tarot cards converts everything to spades. You know, converts 3 cards into spades. So I converted like half of my deck into spades. I got the card that gives a +5 multiplier to spades. I got, it's not Bloodstone, but it's like the Bloodstone equivalent for spades. And then I had the Hanging Chad, and I had the King multiplier, that right for every King card. And I started turning all my King cards into steel cards, so that way I was getting, you know, two 1.5 multipliers from every King card I played. And yeah, it was a great run. And it was one of those things where it's like, it started off not great, and there was a moment like the second or third boss blind where I was like, oh, that's it. I think it was the third boss blind. I could only play a single hand. I think it was the Needle. And I was like, oh, I'm fucked. I'm not going to be able to do this. Like, this is a decent deck, but it's not that powerful to, you know, do however much I need it. Nope. Sure enough, I was just I needed like, what, 20,000, and I got like 22,000. I barely fucking made it. But I made it. Oh my God, that was so satisfying. And I convinced my father to play. I got this game for my father on his Switch. So, you know, hopefully he's going to get addicted, because he, you know, has actually played real poker. He's got a history in that. I'll be honest, real life gambling, again, addictive personalities, I don't really mess with it. But video game stuff, man, I'm down for video game stuff. Alright, I may not be a big real poker guy, but but I can get into video game poker. And yeah, I've been having it's just very addictive. When everything works, it's the most satisfying thing in the world. And I've been you know, it's been fun finding new stuff. You know, like the first time I found like the black hole, and it was like, oh shit, that's really cool. Because I was missing one of the celestial card, or the celestial cards, the planet cards. And I was like, oh, is it this black hole? No, turns out that's one of the other ones. Or, turns out that's a celestial card, not a planet card. And I was like, oh shit, what am I missing? Because, like, the first time you find out, like, oh wait, if I just turn this, like, hey, I've got my aces, I can use the Emperor to copy an ace. So now I have 5 aces. And then the first time you play 5 of a kind, and then you get Planet X, I think is the 5 of a kind card. And it's like, oh, holy shit, there are, like, hidden stuff, right? The hidden stuff, when you do the success, like, this run I just did, where I didn't use 4 of a kind, and you get that 4 of a kind card. So after that, I was like, oh, you know, the first time I played this game, I was like, okay, well, now I gotta do a card where now I gotta do a run where I don't get a pair. Now I gotta do a run where I don't use a straight once. And, like, that became, like, a goal to get these new cards. And you just get so invested so quickly, and it's so fun, it's so entertaining. I've put a bunch of time into this game. Probably more than I'm going. Definitely more than I'm admitting. And I've really enjoyed it. This is maybe my easiest recommendation of the year. Like, yes, it is not my number one game, but I'd probably, especially because this game is on mobile. The mobile port works perfectly fine. I've put a bunch of time. I put more time into the mobile port. Right now that I have it on Switch, I'm probably going to put more time into that. But the mobile port is a very solid port. Right? So yeah, Balatro is fantastic. It's just a good, satisfying game loop. It's not that it's doing anything amazing. It's just what it is doing, it's perfect at. And there's not much more you could ask for. I mean, obviously for some entitled cunts, there definitely is. But for me, nah, this is exactly up my alley. In past years, I'm definitely glad I got to this game when I did. Because yeah, in previous years, like games like Vampire Survivors or Dead Cells, where it's like, yeah, you know, these games should be very high on the list, but because I only got to them at the end of the year, they always kind of fall, like Dead Cells fell at number 7 or 8, Vampire Survivors I think fell at number 5, right? I was kind of worried with this one, like, oh, did I get to this too late? But this game is so easy to understand, you get it immediately, that yeah, it's shot up to number 2 almost instantly. But there is one more game after this. But before we get to that, let's do some honorable mentions. So, my first honorable mention, Luigi's Mansion 2 HD. This was never going to make the list. Like I said, I played through all 3 Luigi's Mansion games this year. Because of that, Luigi's Mansion 1 and 3... Luigi's Mansion 3 cannot qualify for this list. It was already on a previous year's list. And while 1 is probably a better game, I don't know. I had an okay time with 2. Like, 2 was never going to make the list. And I definitely like it a little less now than I did when I played it for the first time in, like, 2014 or whatever. Whenever it came out. I honestly don't remember. Probably before it probably came out in like 2012 or 2013. But yeah, I still enjoy, you know, I had enough of a good time. It made my honorable mention. Mario vs. Donkey Kong. I 100%ed this game early in the year. It came out in like February. And I had, you know, just going through that, I was a big fan of the Mario and Luigi's Mini March, or Mario and Donkey Kong Minis March Again, where, you know, it's a puzzle game basically, where, you know, you're trying to guide the little robots through things. I really enjoyed those games, and, you know, this is technically the game that inspired those, and it's just really satisfying to play, you know. It's definitely the definitive version of these Mario and Donkey Kong games. It's got a lot of content, you know, 8 worlds, plus, like, 8 bonus worlds, plus 2 bonus worlds. That's a lot. That's like 18 worlds. It's got a lot in this game. It does that. I found it very easy until I got to like bonus world 6, in which the game just started like kicking my ass, and I really started struggling. But I still did really enjoy it. It's a lot of fun. Like I said, I eventually lent it out to my father, who's been playing it, and I think he's somewheres in like bonus world like 2 or 3. He struggled a lot more than I did, but you know, he's played it. So yeah. What the Bat? Very early in the year. Like, I think it was at like a New Year's party or like a day after, you know, at some point early on in the year. I tried out PSVR 2, and I played through What the Bat. And yeah, it was a lot of fun. I did not get to What the Car. I know What the Car came out on Steam this year. I was gonna get around to it, and I just never did. Same thing with Mark Brown's game, Mind Over Magnet. I bought it, and then I just never got around to it. That one I can blame on Balatro. Because I bought it in Balatro on Steam at like the same time. And I just put more time into Balatro than I did Mind Over Magnet. So I blame that one on Balatro. But no, I played What the Bat. It's a PSVR game. It might be on other things, but I know it's on PSVR. PSVR 2. Where, you know, you've got baseball bats for arms. It's made by the What the Golf people. You know, you got a bunch of fun little scenarios. You go to space. You grow up. You go on dates. It's just really enjoyable. I really liked it. Not enough to put it on the list, but, you know, I still enjoyed it. And my final honorable mention is Turnip Boy Robs a Bank. We played it early on the year. We played it on stream, actually, kind of. And, well, the Switch version definitely had some lag issues. That probably was the main thing that kept it from being on this list. What I did play of it, I did really enjoy. You know, it's basically a roguelite, but it's got a lot of fun elements. It's got some creativity. If you liked the first Turnip Boy game, that was like a Zelda game, this one's sure to scratch your itch. I hope by this point they'd updated the Switch version to fix some of those lag issues, because some of that lag really sucked. But when we weren't dealing with lag, I was having a good time. You know, there's some fun weapons. I loved getting the sandwich pick. That was so much fun. Oh, God, I'm sure there's other stuff I'm forgetting. Right, the final boss sucked. God, I fucking hated the final boss of that game. That's also probably what kept it from being from being on the list. Is the final boss just blew. Mainly because you basically have to rerun through the entire course, and that kind of sucks. But yeah, anything. I know I said that was the final one. Anything else I wanted to real quickly throw on the list? Just like past games that I played that I replayed this year. You know what I'll throw on the list real quick? Pokemon Too Many Types. I know Jaden Animations put out a video on Pokemon Too Many Types earlier this week. Really good video, go check it out. But when AlphaRad put out his video earlier in the year, I was like, oh shit, that's a great idea. I gotta go play this immediately. And that's exactly what I did. I played Too Many Types. I played it, you know, I used the infinite rare candy they give you at the beginning of the game and just kind of abused that. But, you know, there's a lot of weird Pokemon with weird types, but it was very fun, you know? It was just a cute... It's a mod for Pokemon Emerald. Yeah, you know, could it have made the list? Maybe, but I'm fine with it not being there. Alright, there's the end of our run. My first successful run on Switch. And look, the Hanging Chad. Or it's called the Ballad, I guess. That. If you're lucky enough to get driver's license, I've had some great runs with driver. If you can get the conditions needed to play driver's license, I've had some great runs with it. Oh, and the no face cards deck. Ooh. Oh yeah, we unlocked the red stake. Yeah, fuck it. Alright. So, for my number one game of the year... So... In 2017, I played Mario Odyssey. I really enjoyed it. I put a lot of time into it. I literally 100%ed it. From the launch version. I got every costume. I got all 999 moons. I did the darkest side or darker side, whatever it was called. Right? I did everything. I really enjoyed it. And since then, I never actually went back to the game. I didn't go back when they added any of the new costumes. I didn't try out Luigi's Balloon World. I haven't touched the game since then. Until yesterday, that is. Mario Odyssey is not on this list, by the way. Mario Odyssey cannot be on this list because it was on 2017's list. No, let me get on a point. I played Mario Odyssey again because I was thinking about my number one game of the year. And I was like, I know this game is good, but how good is it really? Like, I can compare it to Mario Wonder, which was on last year's list, and made it pretty high on last year's list. It was number 3 on last year's list. And I was like, okay, I really liked Mario Wonder, but, comparing this game to that is kind of, like, it's like apples and oranges. Like, yeah, they're both fruit, but they definitely have differences. I could compare it to Galaxy, but let's try Mario Wonder, because that's a game I actually have a copy of. So, yesterday and today, I replayed all of Mario Odyssey. I haven't done Darker Side yet. I literally just did the 120 moons you need to beat the game, and then I've gone back and, done some moon rocks and whatnot, and like Mushroom Kingdom, Cap Kingdom, stuff like that. And the whole reason I did this is because I wanted to see how it stacked up against my game of the year this year. Is Mario Odyssey better than it? Because again, it's apples and bananas. They're a little different, but I feel like there's some commonality. Because I was kind of on the fence about maybe it was going to be Balatro. Maybe at the last minute I was going to decide it was going to be Balatro. Because since I played my number one game, it has been number one. There has never even been a question about it. But I was like, you know what? I just got to double check. And I played through Mario Odyssey. I had a good time. I actually recorded my entire playthrough, and we might use the footage next season, in Season 6 of In Chat. I'm thinking about it. But I played through it, and I was like, you know what? I still enjoy my number one game more. So my number one game of the year, no surprise, Astrobot. I loved Astrobot. I think it is better than Super Mario Odyssey. Is it better than Galaxy? Because that's probably the most comparable Mario game. I don't know. We'll see. But I enjoy it more than Odyssey. I think the level design is so just spot on. When Shigeru Miyamoto talks about making Mario 64, he talks about movement. How they spent the most time in that game working on how Mario moved, how it felt Mario move. All right, how Mario movement felt. Like, I think, like, if you ever watch The Angry Video Game Nerd, and he plays some of those shitty LGN games, the one thing you notice about those shitty LGN games, or LJN or whatever, is that they have awful movement, right? Super Mario Brothers, since its inception, has always been about perfect movement. Mario 64, perfect movement. Astrobot has that perfect movement. Literally, comparing it to Odyssey, like, Odyssey has buttery smooth movement. You're able to do great stuff. Even if I can't do move, cave, skip, right? You're still able to do great stuff in that game. The movement is spot on. I like Astrobot's movement more. There's just something, again, it's like Kirby, but there's just some, and I also think Astrobot's better than Kirby and the Forgotten Lands, by the way. I mentioned that in the past. I'm going to mention it again, yeah. There's just something that's super satisfying about the way Astrobot moves, the way he can control, the power-ups he gets. Those are equally satisfying. The sound design. Every little step he takes, you hear on the PlayStation controller. You hear it come through the speaker. You can feel the different textures. It's yeah, sure, it's all little stuff, and Mario does some of that stuff as well. But it's just so satisfying. Perfect level design, perfect character movement. Again, is it doing anything revolutionary? Not really. Because again, Nintendo's made great platformers for years. If anything, what Astrobot does that's revolutionary is shows that somebody other than Nintendo can do great stuff. But no, I enjoyed Astrobot from beginning to end. Originally, it was going to be the game we played tonight, and then I used it for the Game Awards. Astrobot made me cry. Right? That ending, really, it's just so exciting. it made me cry. It is a love letter. It is the closest PlayStation has got to making Smash Bros. And they literally made a Smash Bros. Ripoff. Because Smash Bros. Is a love letter to video games. Astrobot is a love letter to video games. Mostly PlayStation games, like 90% PlayStation games. But it's a love letter to video games. When they came up at the Game Awards and gave the acceptance speech, they thanked Nintendo. They didn't have to do that, but they did anyways. And it shows, because yeah, I think they took what Nintendo does and did it just as well. In some ways, even better. I truly think Astrobot is something magical. It does everything great. It's fun to play. Again, if the game's not fun, why play it? Astrobot is so much fun. From beginning to end. It is just so entertaining. It's got so many great gimmicks, like I think about that mouse level constantly. You only play as a mouse once in that game. And it's a great gimmick. And yet they don't right, they're willing to throw stuff in there, just move on, creative level themes, visuals that are, not the most amazing hyper-realistic thing ever, but they do exactly what they need to do. It's great direction, it's great art style, everything about Astrobot. It is the perfect platformer. It is the game that a generation is going to grow up on. In the same way, the previous generation looks at, like people who grew up on the Wii, the same way they look at Mario Galaxy. People who had an N64 look at Mario 64. People who had an NES look at the original Super Mario Brothers. Or probably Super Mario Brothers 3. People will look at Astrobot the same way. Is it going to be the most influential game in the world? Sadly, probably not. Do I wish it's going to be more influential than it actually is? Yeah. But it is... This ain't genre-defying. This ain't revolutionary. But it is perfection of what it does. And it's... Again, this is my personal list. And Astrobot's just the game I enjoyed the most. Since the moment... I put all my chips on Astrobot. The second it was revealed at a PlayStation Direct, even before then, because it actually leaked, I was all in on Astrobot. I bought an Astrobot controller for the PS5, just because I knew the game was going to be great. I had all my money on Astrobot, and it paid off. Am I biased? Yes, of course it is. This is my Game of the Year list. You got a problem with that? Go write your own. But I knew Astrobot was going to be something special. And it's exceeded my expectations. Yes, I feel like in every year I do one of these lists, I always talk about, am I going to regret this? In a year's time, am I going to regret putting Astrobot over Balatro? And you know what? Maybe I will. But at this exact moment, no. Again, there was a moment of doubt, and then I played Mario Odyssey, and I was like, no, I like Astrobot more. Because it's beautiful. It's beautiful in everything it does. It's grace whatever it touches. It's my Game of the Year. As simple as that. It's my... there's a bigger price tag on Astrobot, but it's worth it. It's worth every penny. It's going to be a defining game for the next generation of kids. It's going to be an inspiration. And that's... You know what? I'll take that over fucking Black Myth Wukong any day of the week. I had to throw one little jab in there. You got me all teary-eyed. Any final thoughts? I don't think this is a perfect Game of the Year list. I definitely, I'm hopeful for next year, but I don't think next year is going to be perfect either. We'll see. But no, there were some good games this year. Look, the games on this list, all 10 of them, I am satisfied with. I just don't... I feel like there's something missing. That's the thing. I feel like if I had played, like, one more game, you know, one little perfect game, then everything would have clicked. But you know what? We have some good games in here. Yeah, I guess I'm happy with it. It could be worse. Again, it could be 2019. Where, you know, I have to retcon the whole thing. Because fucking the best thing that came out that year was Mario Maker 2. Oh, there's another game that got completely underrated. Baba Is You. Made number 6 that year. Because I didn't put enough time into it. No, I'm happy with Astrobot at number 1. And Balatro at number 2, nothing to sneeze at all. Alright, we're not done with the show yet. It's now time to continue on to my 2025 predictions. My 2025 hopes and dreams, whatever you want to call it. We've got about an hour left, so let's try to, you know, make it count. I'm hopeful. This run's going, but hopeful, you know, I want to at least get 1 or 2 more after this. Depending, and if this one takes it all the way, oh my god, that'd be great, but I don't think it will. I have drank so much water in the past 2 hours. Because I should say, right before I started, I drank an entire glass as well. I'm like 3 glasses in, and ooh, baby, am I deep down. So for 2025 predictions, same category, you know, when we started off the list and I did a bunch of reviews, it's the same categories. You know, normally we just talk about video games. This year I was like, no, let's do the whole thing. The whole kit and caboodle. So yeah, we got movies, TV shows, books, Legos, and then I've got 2 game ones. I have a Nintendo one and a non-Nintendo one, as is tradition. So let's just get into it. So for movies, we have Captain America: Brave New World coming out in February. I'll be honest, I don't expect much from it. From what I hear, according to like test screenings and whatnot, the movie is not testing well, and they're back in like November and maybe even right now, they've been doing another set of reshoots. Clearly, they just kept fucking up this movie, man. Behind the scene, things are not going well. I would like it to be good, but it sounds like it's not going to be. And I'll be honest, I'm hopeful for other things, but we'll get to it. The Minecraft movie comes out in April. I don't know, I don't think it'll be good. Right? My biggest hope, and this might just be copium, I just want it not to be boring. It doesn't have to be good. It just has to not be boring. Like, you know, I'm fine with the first Sonic the Hedgehog movie, because while it's not great, it's at least not boring. At least to me. Other people, you do you. But for me, it's not boring. That's what I want. I hope the Minecraft movie is good. I expect nothing from it, but I want it to be. James Gunn's Superman, we got a trailer the other week. It looks great. I do have my concerns, you know, we're seeing a little bit too much of other heroes. I worry there's too many characters in this movie. But what we do have, I hope it's great. I want it to be good. You know, Superman has such a bad reputation in movies. Yes, you know, I can look back fondly on the original, you know, the 1970s one. But other than that, it's been a lot of bums. Meanwhile, the shows have been great. I've heard Superman and Lois is fantastic. My Adventures with Superman is great. I just want a good Superman movie. And this might be it. Maybe. Hopefully. Give me a second. I was like, don't I have a cough drop somewhere on my desk? Yes, I do. Oh, God. Cough drop. Oh, that tastes like poison. Oh. Yeah, see, that run sucked. Let's try the abandoned deck, you know. I've had some good runs with this one. We have Fantastic Four First Steps. You know, Captain America's not looking great. Thunderbolts doesn't look like anything special either. But I want Fantastic Four to be good. We've never gotten a good Fantastic Four movie. It's sad that the best Fantastic Four movie is the Roger Corman version that literally never officially released. I would love a good Fantastic Four movie. Is this going to be it? I don't know. I kind of feel like the MCU is completely fucked at the moment. But maybe they'll do something good. You know, anything's possible. Something I am, like, genuine... Not just... So, a lot of these things, I'm, like, hopeful they're good. Something I know will be good. Mission Impossible: The Final Reckoning. The Mission Impossible movies are great. If you have never seen them, oh my god, they are so good. I know Tom Cruise is a crazy person, but he makes good... Right, the Mission Impossible movies are good. And Mission Impossible Dead Reckoning was my favorite one. I loved Dead Reckoning so much. It is so good. It is so entertaining. Great Tom Cruise running. And I am so excited for The Final Reckoning. It's maybe my most anticipated movie next year. Yeah, I'd probably say so. It looks so good. The next thing, Wicked for Good. Right, we got the sequel to Wicked comes out next year, as far as I'm aware. It's called Wicked for Good. That's funny. I've heard all the bad parts of Wicked are in the second half, and we know they're going to be adding stuff. My thought is they're going to add more of the Wizard of Oz. Like, you know, someone's going to be playing Dorothy. As someone who knows nothing about, you know, the play, I from what I hear, they don't really do that much of the Wizard. Like, it's mostly just, like, off-screen stuff. Like, oh, Dorothy shows up, and then they cut away. I think they might actually just fully remake the Wizard of Oz in Wicked 2. That's just a thought, though. We got Avatar 3 next year. Avatar movies are, well, not like, they don't leave a lasting impact. There's nobody writing fan fiction about Avatar. But the movies are still super entertaining. Like, yeah, they're environmental hogwash. But they're entertaining environmental hogwash, if that makes sense. And yeah, I really liked Avatar 2. It's like, I think 3D movies are dumb, but Avatar's like the one exception. I think there's some good ideas in Avatar 3. Specifically, they're doing like, it's called Fire and Ash, because they're doing like the fire, you know, it's the Fire Nation. And they're like the evil Na'vis. I think that's interesting. I think that one's got a lot of potential, actually. So, I guess I'm kind of excited for Avatar 3. Mickey 17. This is Bong Joon-ho's new movie. You know, the guy who did Parasite. It's also got Robert Pattinson in it. Just looks great. It was supposed to come out this year, and then it got delayed for whatever reason. And I feel like it got delayed until like February, and I feel like it got delayed again. So I worry something bad's going on behind the scenes. But, you know, you never know. Maybe they just keep delaying it for some dumb reason. We do have the How to Train Your Dragon live action. Live action Lilo and Stitch and live action Snow White, I could care less about. But How to Train Your Dragon, you know, it's a little bit more interesting. I am kind of worried because right now everything we've seen of it is just shot-for-shot remake, more or less. I hope they do something new and interesting. Like, I hope it's just not shot-for-shot. Again, go back. What are the flaws of the original How to Train Your Dragon? I have no idea. I'm sure there are some. I just couldn't name them off the top of my head. Go back and address some of those problems. And then the final thing I got for movies, Five Nights at Freddy's. Five Nights at Freddy's 2 comes out at some point next year. I don't know if we actually have a release date. Let me look it up. Five Nights at Freddy's 2 comes out December 5th? That might just be a placeholder date. Either way, I liked the original Five Nights at Freddy's. Is it anything amazing? No, but it was enjoyable enough. I'm curious to see what they're gonna... We know we're getting the toy animatronics and whatnot. Matthew Lillard's probably coming back. I'm interested to see what they're gonna do. And yeah, that's kind of all the movie stuff. I'm sure there are other movies coming out. I can't think of any that I'm like super excited for right now. I'm sure there'll be other good stuff. It's just a matter of time. TV shows, I don't actually have much. We know because Fallout Season 2 started filming like immediately after the show started airing. We might be getting Fallout Season 2 next year. It might not be until a year after that. Admittedly, it might be a ways away. But either way, I really liked Season 1. It was one of my favorite shows I saw this year. So Season 2 has me really excited. We're going back to the Mojave. We're going to New Vegas. Oh boy, am I excited. And that seems really good. I really liked what they've been doing with the plot. I think it's real interesting. So we're just going to have to wait and see. Hazbin Hotel Season 2. I know there was something up with Hell of a Boss. I don't know any of the details. And I know Hazbin Hotel, like a lot of details about Season 2 have been leaked. I know that's not exactly great, and I know people have found out some things. I haven't looked into it. I know nothing. Either way, I guess I'm excited for Season 2. We got Daredevil, Daredevil Born Again. There definitely have been some development hell stuff going on behind the scenes. 100%. They went back, they brought back a bunch of the original actors. I can't remember who's the villain's name. It's not Rorschach. It's also not the Mime. I cannot remember the villain's name. Enigma, maybe. Either way, Daredevil, Born Again. I want it to be good. Is it actually going to be good? We'll see, but I want it to be good. Anime, real quick. There's I have no idea what's coming out, but the two I'm interested in that I think are coming out next month. One is called Rock is a Lady's Modesty. It's, a music show, Bocce the Rock, some stuff like that. About a rich, proper and prim girl at a rich girl, like a girls only school, who wants to be a rock star. And she meets another girl who's like a drummer, and they basically form their rock band. Sounds fun. Sounds like that could be a lot of fun. So I'm interested in that. And then the other one is, it's a Yuri anime. It's called There's No Freaking Way I'll Be Your Lover Unless... And it's basically there's like this girl, she doesn't have that many friends. She's now in high school, or she's transferred to a new school, I can't remember. And there's this girl, this popular girl, who she approaches and she's like, hey, let's be friends. And the popular girl's like, no, let's be lovers. And I'm like, oh, that sounds interesting. So it's like trying to balance their dynamic where one wants to just be friends and the other wants to be more than friends. And I think that's interesting. It looks, everything I've seen of it so far looks, fun and cute. It looks like a good romance anime. So I'm excited. That's basically it. I'm sure I know One Piece is coming back eventually. Guess what? I still haven't read One Piece, and I'm probably not going to anytime soon. Books. Fourth Wings, the new Fourth Wing, Onyx Storm, comes out at like the end of January. That's like right around the corner. So yeah, that'll be here before you know it. I'm interested. I'll read it. Again, those books have problems, but I'm interested. It's weird that there's going to be 3 more. Like, if you told me Onyx Storm was the last one, or even the second to last one, I'd be like, okay, that makes sense. Especially with where Iron Flame ended. But no, Onyx Storm is like the middle trilogy, and I'm kind of worried about that. I say that like Titan's Curse isn't my favorite of the original 5 Percy Jackson. And Mark of Athena is also my... Nah, Son of Neptune's my favorite of the second set. Mark of Athena's second, though. And then the only other book I have in here is Family Force. This is... I'm pretty sure it's a graphic novel made by Matt Braley, the creator of Amphibia. They're doing, like, their take on, like, Power Rangers. It seems interesting. I think it comes out in June. That sounds right. Because, you know, behind the scenes, I'm pretty sure Matt Braley and Rebecca Sugar are working on a movie or something like that. But they've got a book coming out. It seems okay. There's one other book as well that I don't remember. I'm sure there's something new coming out that I have on, like, my Audible wish list or whatever. I have no idea. I don't remember. Yeah, that's all the book stuff. Legos. So, like I said earlier, there's a bamboo, an orchid, and pretty pink flowers that come out in like 3 or 4 days. And I am so... it's one of those things where I try to buy everything through Lego's website. And right now, I can pre-order the pretty pink flowers, but I can't pre-order the other 2. And it's like, why do you do this to me, Lego? Because when I buy, they come out on the 1st, but I don't actually get them until like a week later. I want to just build them on the 1st. So that sucks. Yeah, I want that. I know Lego Mario Kart comes out as well on the 1st. I have no interest, if I'm being honest. Just nothing really stands out to me. You know, supposedly they're doing another, bit, like, so they've done, like, the question mark block. They've done Super Mario World. Supposedly in the summer next year, we're going to be getting another set like that. They also did, like, a Bowser statue. I don't know. Whatever it is, I am interested. My guess is it's going to have something to do with the Mario's 40th anniversary, which we'll talk about in the gaming section. But we know we're getting some sort of Mario set. I'm kind of surprised they still make Mario Lego. But, I mean, if the sets are successful, maybe just give us some minifigures. I actually don't, you know, with all my year of Lego, I actually don't care about minifigures. Like, I feel like every time I watch, like, a video on Lego, everyone just talks about the minifigures. And I'll be honest, like, I just don't really care. Like, the minifig... Like, yeah, I guess they're neat, but they're not something I, like, need. Like, the Zelda ones are cool, but I don't really need it. I mean, okay, yeah, I mean, the set would be worse without them, but still. I don't feel like minifigures should be as prized as they are. Speaking of Zelda, I want more Lego Zelda sets. Right now, we only got the Great Deku Tree, and it's a great set. I think it's really cool. I love the fact that you can make more than one, but I want more Lego Zelda. I have a whole list of sets I want. Let me find it real quick. Where is it? Lego Zelda set ideas. I want Hyrule Castle. Which Hyrule Castle? I have no idea. My guess, I'd actually be fine with that Echoes of Wisdom one. I think that's a pretty solid one. But, my Twilight Princess. I remember Twilight Princess having a pretty good Hyrule Castle. So I think that would be pretty cool. I would love the King of Red Lions. I feel like a bit like a model boat with like a Link figure in it. You know, make it one of the cheaper... there's going to be a Nintendo tax, but make it one of the cheaper sets. I feel like that'd be pretty cool. Model it after the figure from Wind Waker, from the photo gallery. That'd be really awesome. I like the idea of like a Link's Awakening micro world, where it's like just you know, kind of like the question mark block. You know how it's got like the little mini recreated levels from Super Mario 64? Something like that, but recreating the entire island of Link's Awakening. I don't need it to be a big set. It can all be like little micro things. I think that'd be neat. I'd love a Link to the Past Master Sword. You know, Lego does like these buildable like figures. Like I've seen like Batman, Superman, Groot, where it's like, you know, they're bigger versions of the characters. I would like that with Link, but the Link to the Past Link pulling the Master Sword out of the podium. I think that'd be really cool. Majora's Mask, because duh. Like, why not Majora's Mask? I have the goddess statue from Skyward Sword. Like, it'd be okay, but it's not, like, the most exciting thing for me. Like, yeah, the goddess statue, like, it kind of like the Great Deku Tree. Like, it'd be a cool set, especially if you put stuff inside of it, but I'm not, like, super excited for that one, but it's an idea. The Temple of Time from Ocarina of Time, you know, that'd be another neat one. The Zelda 1 map, you know, we have like a bunch of these art sets. I feel like doing like a flat Zelda 1 map, you know, give it a little bit of texture, I guess, but make it an art set. You know, like there's like a Spider-Man and a Batman like comic panel thing. Do it like that, but with the map of Zelda 1. I think that would be really cool. The train from Spirit Tracks, you know, I know Spirit Tracks isn't the most popular Zelda game, but I feel like the train would be a really fun set. Lego does a bunch of trains. They made the train from Super Mario 3D World. If they can make that, they can make the train from Spirit Tracks. I think that would be really cool. And then finally, the Light Dragon. Lego is actually retiring their Chinese New Year's dragon, right? Because, you know, the Year of the Dragon's over. But I feel like a set that looks like that, but with the Light Dragon from from Tears of the Kingdom. It's got the Master Sword in its head. It comes with a Link Tears of the Kingdom figure that, you know, you could recreate the scene with. I think that'd be very cute. I think the Light Dragon is a great idea for a set. I just love that idea. That's honestly, of all the sets I just described, that's probably my most wanted one, the Light Dragon. And then probably Hyrule Castle. No, I would say Wind Waker second, Hyrule Castle third. So I guess that takes us to games. So for Nintendo game, let's start with Nintendo. We know about a few things. We know Donkey Kong Country Returns comes out next month. I am actually interested in it. I have not played Returns since it released on the Wii. I never played the 3DS version. I kind of do want to play the game again, and then I also want to replay Tropical Freeze. So yeah, I'm kind of excited. We have Xenoblade Chronicles X coming out in March. I think it's like March 20th. You know, it's Xenoblade Chronicles X. I'm gonna be curious to see what they do. Are we gonna have to download like data packs again, like they did with the Wii U version? My guess is probably, but we'll see. I can see that game having like a big day one patch. Other than that, we know Metroid Prime 4 Beyond exists and is coming out next year. And we know Pokemon Legends CA exists and is coming out next year. My guess is we're going to hear more about Pokemon in Pokemon Day. February 27th, I think. It's the end of February. Whatever Pokemon Day is, they're probably going to, fully reveal everything. And it's going to come out sometime between then and October and November. And it's probably coming to both Switch and Switch 2, because the Switch 2 will have been revealed by that point. Same thing with Metroid Prime 4 Beyond. It's coming to both Switch and Switch 2. So what about the Switch 2? I already gave my predictions back in September. I even re-uploaded my prediction video on YouTube today. So, yeah, that went up on YouTube today. Since then, we've got a bunch of leaks. So there was this guy called Next Handheld. We talked about him last week on this show. He said he was going to reveal more stuff on Christmas Day. He revealed an image. Everyone immediately got mad and was like, oh, it's AI generated. But looking at the image, yeah, the background might be AI generated, but the console he has, I don't think is. Because people have done the math looking at some of those leaked Joy-Con images. And either, right, because I don't think AI could create that. We're not that good with AI. So maybe he photoshopped it himself. But everything from the leaked Joy-Con image matches up with the Switch 2 leak from Next Handheld. There's a lot of drama, literally the Reddit. I've already talked about how the people on the Reddit were going crazy. They became the villain. Honestly, the people on the Nintendo Switch 2 Reddit became the villain on Christmas. They literally started sending death threats to people. It was fucking awful. I'm glad I was doing actually, enjoying Christmas. Ugh. Instead of, spending my time on the Reddit worrying about that. Because fuck that, man. But yeah. We also got, he posted that picture, which, again, I do think the picture is real. Nothing, and if it's not real, nothing in Next Handheld's image contradicts anything we've seen. Either that is what the final console is going to look like, or the model, right? Either way, I expect it to look like that. That's the thing. Whether it's real or faked, the Switch 2 is going to look something like that. They also revealed a back image of the dock, where we can see, like, the back of the dock. It's a little bit more rounded. It's whatever. We'll see. It also looks kind of real. So we'll have to see more and more. But my guess, supposedly because of all these leaks, Nintendo has allegedly moved up the Switch reveals date to, like, January 8th. So that's right. That's like Wednesday, not next week, but the week after that. That seems like a perfectly good reveal date. There's also been rumors about the 11th, but the 11th is a Saturday, and I doubt they'll reveal the Switch 2 on a Saturday. Like, that doesn't make any sense. But the 8th, that makes perfect sense for the Switch 2 reveal date. I would not be surprised at all if that's the reveal date. The other rumor is, of course, a March release date. Could it release the same day as Xenoblade Chronicles X? See, that's the one. The only reason I don't think we're getting a March release date is because of Xenoblade Chronicles X. If Xenoblade Chronicles X was coming out in February or in April, I would say, yeah, totally, in March. But the fact that it's coming out in March, does that mean Nintendo is going to be launching 2 games in March? One for the Switch and one for the Switch 2? That's a very non-Nintendo move. Because presumably X is going to come out on both systems. That's just not how Nintendo does things. Right? They do 1 game per month. Very, very rarely do they do 2. And when they do 2, it was something for like, hey, Link Between Worlds comes out today on 3DS. But Super Mario 3D World comes out on Wii U. Right? It's shit like that where it's different consoles. And I mean, I guess we are technically in different consoles. But not like that. Especially because X is going to be playable on both. And I mean, they could do it like March 3rd, but I doubt they will. I don't believe the March release date. I think April or May. I will say though, I'm more convinced now about the March release date than I was when people first started talking about it. When people first started talking about it, I was like, not a chance in hell. But because what I rewatched. Okay, I listened to somebody else watch the January 2017 Nintendo Direct, where, they revealed the Switch's price, the release date, Breath of the Wild's release date and got one of the greatest game trailers of all time. I rewatched that. I rewatched Kinda Funny watch that stream. And a few other people. I'll be honest, everyone was so fucking pessimistic back then. The Wii U had left such a bad taste in our mouths. Everyone was so angry at Nintendo. Everyone was expecting the Switch to fail. Like, legit, even like Arlo. I watched Arlo and Lockstin watch the stream. They were also super pessimistic about it. Man, the Wii U really hurt us. But here's the thing. Watching that stream, Nintendo basically has to explain, hey, this is what a video game console is. This is how video games work. They don't have to do that for the Switch 2. Because everything on the Switch works on Switch 2. Right? Or at least in theory. They don't have to, like, reintroduce us to the console. Right? Like, they don't have to go that in depth. And, again, the Switch's price point? Yeah, sure, we had found out about the Switch back in October. But the Switch's price point and its release date was only revealed in January. If Nintendo wants to do that 3-month turnaround again, reveal the price point, reveal the release date, and then release in March, they totally could. That's, I think, why I'm more open to the potential of a March. It's just Xenoblade. Xenoblade just kind of throws me off. What do I think is launching with it? Mario Kart 9 seems the most obvious. Again, according to these next handheld leaks, it is Mario Kart 9. We'll see. I think that makes the most sense. I do think we're getting a 3D Mario game, because you gotta remember, it's Mario's 40th anniversary next year. March 10th is going to be some sort of Mario Day thing. And so I think there's a good chance we see something. My prediction, I rewatched the Mario Brothers movie on Christmas. Right, after, you get home from the festivities and whatnot, it's kind of like, hey, let's settle back and watch a movie. I watched the Mario movie, and there's a point where you see a map. It's the first time you meet Peach, and you see a map of the Mushroom Kingdom. And, you see Bowser's Kingdom, you see Sahasra Land, you see the Kongs. What if that map is our world map for an open world Mario game? Maybe they combine the continents, they remove some of the oceans. I don't know exactly how they do it, but somewhere's in there, I think there's a good idea. I don't think it's going to be a game based on the Mario movie. That doesn't make any sense. But I do feel like we're close to an open world 3D Mario where it drops you in the center of the map. You can go anywheres, do anything. If you want to go fight, the final boss, Bowser, you can go do that right off you can beeline it for Bowser's Kingdom. But maybe you're collecting, like, I don't know, what's an object they haven't used? Maybe you're collecting magic pants. I'm just looking at my cards. Maybe you're collecting magic pants. And, like, there's not, throughout the entire open world, it's like collecting Korok seeds. There are 999 pairs of magic pants. And every magic pants makes you a little bit stronger or whatever. Maybe it gives you something. Kind of like if you've played Yooka-Laylee in the Impossible Lair. Imagine that, where, like, at any point you can go take on the Impossible Lair. But if you don't, well, hey, you can go play the levels, go explore the open world to get your magic pants, and eventually, take on the final boss. I could see them doing something like that. But I do think between Mario Odyssey and then Bowser's Fury, Nintendo's definitely experimenting with making an open world Mario game. And I feel like this might be the time. They might take some influence from Breath of the Wild. And again, it'd be like, imagine if the main quest in Breath of the Wild was Koroks. Right? There's still side quests and everything. But your main quest was to do all the Korok seeds. I think that'd be very interesting. I know some people would hate that, obviously, but, it depends on how they make it. I think that could be a lot of fun. Again, depends on how they do it. But yeah, Mario's 40th anniversary. Are we going to hear anything about the Mario Brothers movie 2? Maybe. Are we going to get, like, another 3D collection? Because for the 30th anniversary, 35th, we got 64 Sunshine and Galaxy Are we going to maybe get a collection on Switch 2 that has, you know, Galaxy... That's the same collection, but this time includes Galaxy 2? It's possible. I don't know. I could see Nintendo going big into Mario next year. I could see us getting a Mario sports game for the 40th anniversary. You know, just roll into it hard. I could totally see Nintendo doing that. It's all on Nintendo to see what Nintendo does. All right, this is our one hand. I think this will be fine. Yeah, we're fine. What else? Kirby Planet Robobot is rumored to be getting an HD version on Switch or Switch 2. Maybe both. I love the idea. Kirby Planet Robobot's amazing. I'd love to see a remake. I hope it comes with Triple Deluxe as well. Just do both games. They're both good. Do them both. We know Sakurai's working on a new game. I could see... Maybe not at launch, but at some point next year. Maybe in the June Direct, maybe in the September Direct. Because I don't think it's Smash Bros. I know some people are like, oh, that's Smash Bros. Ultimate 2. I don't think we're getting Smash Bros. Ultimate 2. And I think Nintendo should just come out early on and be like, hey, here's a port of Smash Bros. Ultimate coming to Switch 2. The only thing we've changed is the netcode. Right? It's got the new Splatoon 3 netcode. That's, you know, allegedly better. It's not really better. Oh yeah, I gotta start buying Blink Voucher. But I think Sakurai's new game, it's not going to be Mario Kart. It's not going to be Smash Bros. It probably isn't Kid Icarus either. I kind of hope it's a new IP. I'd love to see Sakurai just do something completely original. If it's a new Kid Icarus, I would love that. I would also love a remake of Uprising, or just Uprising ported to Switch or Switch 2, because that game deserves more love. It really does, but I don't think it's going to get that, sadly. I could see a new Star Fox or F-Zero. I honestly think F-Zero would come first. Nintendo's been giving a lot of love to F-Zero recently. We got F-Zero 99. They ported some of the Japan-only F-Zero games to Nintendo Switch Online. I could see us getting a new F-Zero. I think it is completely possible. And, you know, maybe a Star Fox. I don't know. Maybe remake Star Fox Adventure. Fuck it. Make it... Which one's the is Star Fox Adventure the Dinosaur Planet one? I think that's the Dinosaur Planet one. Why not remake that one? Wind Waker or Twilight Princess. The rumors started up again recently. Once again, hey, we might get Wind Waker. You know, Nintendo might be porting Wind Waker. I would love to play Wind Waker again. Yeah, no, it'd be fun to play Wind Waker again. It's been a while. But I'm not, like, bursting at the seams to play it or anything. But I think it's gonna happen. Other Zelda thing I would like to see... I would love to see Ocarina of Time get the Final Fantasy VII Remake treatment. I would love for them to take what works about Ocarina of Time and just fully remake it from the ground up, change things about the story, you know. I don't want them to split it up into multiple games. Like, I don't want the 3 child dungeons to be Ocarina of Time Part 1, and then they do Ocarina of Time Part 2, which is the adult stuff. That'd be dumb. But I feel like there's a way to, you know, just fully remake Ocarina, make it beautiful, remake it from the ground up, just make it amazing. Do what they did to Final Fantasy VII. Because it deserves it. Ocarina of Time is something truly amazing. I'd love to see them do it. If it wasn't for Echoes of Wisdom reusing Link to the Past's map, I could also see them doing the same thing to Link to the Past. Because I feel like that one's also pretty special. Every year I predict Chibi Robo, Tomodachi Life, or Rhythm Heaven. I think one of those games is going to get a remake. Or a new game or something. I don't know. You know, Nintendo... I was listening to Scott the Waz's video on Tomodachi Life the other day, and it was kind of like, you know, Nintendo clearly has some sort of interest in it. You know, they might be worried about the controversy, because it does kind of feel like they're moving away from Mii's, especially with their new sports mates. And I guess I could kind of see that. But, you know, even if it's not Mies, you know, even if they could create a brand new system, I could see them doing something. I'd like Tomodachi Life again. Even, you know, that weird, stupid test game Nintendo did earlier this year? Also, I predict we're going to see something with that. That might be our C button, is something with that, maybe, potentially. If that turns into, like, a social hub Tomodachi Life thing, that could be interesting. Because right now it's got, like, a caveman skin. I don't think that caveman skin's going to stick. Let's see what else. I don't think we're going to get a Pikmin 5. It's going to happen, but it's not going to happen now. We're still like 3 years away from that. 2 or 3 years, anyways. And then, I think, you know, kind of like how the original Switch had its Skyrim moment, where, you know, they came out, they brought out Skyrim, and it was like, oh shit, you can play Skyrim on the go. I feel like the Switch 2 is going to have a similar moment. I think there are 3 games it's going to be. Baldur's Gate 3. You know, I'm pretty sure the Steam Deck can play Baldur's Gate 3. So having the Switch 2 play Baldur's Gate 3 would be a really big deal. So that's my first one. The more likely one is, I think, Elden Ring. I think it would make sense for the Switch 2 to have Elden Ring. Because that's, you know, that's your Skyrim-like moment. I could see that being a big deal. But the one that it's... no, even if those first 2 are wrong, the one I think it's guaranteed to be, Call of Duty. Nintendo signed a deal with Microsoft/Activision Blizzard to get Call of Duty on Switch for the next 10 years. I think we're going to, on the Switch 2, we're going to start seeing the fruits of that labor, and we're either going to get Black Ops 6 or 5 or whichever one we just got. We're either going to get the new Call of Duty, or more likely, I think we're going to get Warzones. I think they're going to port Warzones to Switch. You know, you're going to be able to play co-op with all your friends on PC, PlayStation, and Xbox. That's my prediction. We're gonna get guaranteed Call of Duty, some form of Call of Duty, but I think we're gonna get one of the other 2 as well. And then yeah, I hope there's some sort of surprise on Switch. You know, my prediction is a new IP. Right? Like if that caveman game thing ends up being a new IP, I'd be fine with that. I like that. Because Nintendo they do one big new IP every generation, right? Pikmin, the Mii stuff, Splatoon, ARMS. I don't think we're getting an ARMS 2. I like the idea of an ARMS 2, especially because I feel like ARMS has a lot of untapped potential. I just don't think we're getting it anytime soon. So yeah. Talking about some non-Nintendo stuff. I literally looked back at the predictions list I've made in the past. Mina the Hollower in Silksong. This is like the 4th year. Oh, I'm taking the driver's license. Oh shit. Yeah, that's... Ooh, what am I gonna get rid of? It's gonna be one of these 2. Yeah, let's just do that. Okay, so Mina the Hollower in Silksong. I think Mina the Hollower has definitely been on the past 2 years' lists. I think Silksong, this is like its 3rd or 4th time here. I think one of them is happening. I'd like to hope both. Oh, I didn't put Shovel Knight DX on there. I think Shovel of Hope DX is going to be a Switch 2 launch title. I think, because Spectre of Torment was a Switch 1 launch title, I think Shovel of Hope DX is going to be a Switch 2 launch title. I'm making that prediction right now. But yeah, I would love to see Mina the Hollower. I'd love to see Silksong. Again, I'm a huge Link's Awakening fan. Mina the Hollower looks great from everything we've seen. But, you know, it's been a while. I think it was supposed to release this year, and we just haven't heard about it. Same thing with Silksong. Who knows what the fuck's happening with that game? It could be another 100 years. We'll never know. I am 100% convinced that something went wrong behind the scenes. That game is in development hell. Things went bad. Something happened behind the scenes that caused problems for Silksong. We just don't know what. That's the thing. We just don't know, but something happened. Oh, also, Maddie Makes Games. The people, you know, who did Celeste. We know their new game, I think, was supposed to come out this year. I think it's called Earthblade. I want to say they had said 2024, and then we haven't heard a single thing about it since. I think it might not release next year, but I think it's going to be re-revealed next year. I think we're going to get some more of that. Again, I think it's called Earthblade or Terrorblade or something like that. Either way, I'm excited for it. I'm excited for Doom the Dark Ages. Again, a game I can see coming to Switch too. Because, the first two Dooms did. But I'm excited. I have an Xbox now. I've got to actually use this thing for things. Doom the Dark Ages will be a great use of that. Speaking of consoles I don't use that much, the PS5, Ghost of Yotei. Ghost of Tsushima's great. Ghost of Yotei, excited for that. I don't know if I'm going to play that one at launch, but I'd hope I will. And then Death Stranding 2 on the beach. I more have this on here because I need to play the first one. I feel like the closer we get to Death Stranding 2, the more likely I am to go back and play the first one. Because I hear it's good now. Man. I think Grand Theft Auto 6, I think, is going to be delayed. I'm going to make that prediction right now. I know, the developers have said, oh, it's on track. It's going to release next year. They said the same thing about Red Dead Redemption 2, and it got delayed like 6 months. Maybe even a year. It got delayed a while. It got delayed twice, I think. So I can see the exact same thing happening to Grand Theft Auto. I don't think it's coming out next year. I think it's getting delayed until 2026. And finally, for my non-Nintendo stuff, because I don't have much, I don't think The Witcher 4 is not happening next year. And same thing with Intergalactic. Those games are not releasing next year, obviously. I don't think anyone thinks they are, but just in case, yeah, they're not happening. So I guess that leaves us to last minute hopes and dreams. Because we don't have much. I mean, we're gonna of course go into Endless. We're playing until the end of this run, by the way. That's when we're ending. There's no way we lose this run. This run's going too good. Miscellaneous stuff. I know usually at the end of every year, I'm like, CGP Grey has that thing about theme years. And in the past, I've tried to do those theme years, and I feel like I more or less fail every time. I cannot remember it for the life of me what I said was my theme year this year. I know last year I had said I'm either going to play Elden Ring or / Dark Souls, or I'm going to do One Piece. Guess what? Neither of those things happened. The closest I got was playing Another Crab's Treasure, which again, I did enjoy. It made the list. But this year, I don't want to commit to anything like that. Anything big. I'm a very busy guy right now. The next 2 years of my life are very busy. But, yeah, the only thing I kind of is I gotta get through some of my backlog. I want to play Horizon Zero Dawn, Horizon Forbidden West. Those are two games, I've had sitting in my backlog for a while now. They did that updated version of Horizon Zero Dawn, and I was like, oh, maybe that'll finally get me to play it. Guess what? It didn't. But I'll get to it. I will get to Horizon. That's kind of one of my hopes. I'm going to beat Mario Odyssey, but I'm going to do that in the next 2 days. I also kind of want to now replay Bowser's Fury. Just for comparison. I think that'd be fun. But yeah. I don't really have any other, big goals. At some point I'm going to play the Pikmin games again. Not on stream, probably not. But, it's inevitable. It's going to happen. I'm going to play more Balatro here, We've been having a great run so far. I mean, this run being based around the pants has been great. We're shooting for 1 million here. I think we're gonna do it because every little hit we take gets us a little bit better, right? Every steel card we add gets us a little bit higher. But yeah, I don't know exactly what I'm gonna do next year. When it comes to the channel, every year, I'm like, oh, maybe this will be the year I rename the show. Because this show has been called In Chat since 2018. Right? This is the In Chat. It's not even called a podcast. But every year I'm like, you know what? Next year will be the year. And I'm going to change the name. I've thought about calling it Wibby. Because I think that Wibby is a very fun name. Right? What I've been enjoying, the Wibby podcast. I like that. It's kind of whimsical, but dumb. But I think that's kind of what you want. So I've been thinking about, like, maybe next year I'll change the name to the Wibby Pod. Right? Literally starting with Season 6. I'll just be like, you know what? Fuck it. We're no longer in chat. We're the Wibby Podcast. This is episode 1. The format's not going to change much, honestly. But I'm fine with that. That's kind of what I want to do. But I just, there's a part of me that doesn't want to commit. I got to fix up the archive channel. Man, the YouTube archive for the streams is a fucking mess. And I need to fix it or reorganize it. Okay, here's our boss blind. But yeah, I don't know. It's something I think about every year, but I just never can bring myself to commit. You know, I gotta update this VTuber model a little bit. Because it's barely a VTuber. I mean, it's literally just a bunch of different faces that I can easily switch between. That's it. And I don't even really... Like, at most, I use the neutral one and the sad one. I occasionally use the angry one. I can't even remember the... Outside of today, I can't remember the last time I used the shock one. And the bored one I only got for Summer Games Fest. Hey, look, we won a round. So yeah, I gotta work on that. I don't know. I have some ideas, but I also... I don't know what I'm doing. Same thing with, like, I want to upload clips on TikTok. I know TikTok's going away in, like, 20-something days. But, you know, whatever is TikTok, whatever replaces TikTok, I want to start getting stuff, like, uploaded somewheres. Just because, you know, that's something I want to do. I know that takes some of my very limited time. Because that's the only reason I don't do it. It's because I just don't have the time. But, you know, maybe next year I will. I don't know. Right now, I don't really have any goals. Or, you know, I don't have any hopes or dreams right now. I'm just kind of, you know, working through it. You know, I'll have... Once I'm done with everything I'm working on, I'll have time for hopes and dreams next year. You know, or 2026. That'll be the time for hopes and dreams. But today is not that day. I don't know. And then looking back on the stream this year... Actually, we'll save that for a minute. But yeah, no, I think we did okay. I think we did okay. Anything else? Because, yeah, I do want to look back on streams this year, but... I'm trying to think. Any other hopes and dreams? Any other predictions? Any wants, desires? I don't know. When it comes to Switch 2 content, like, every Direct will be there. But if there's a new Mario Kart, yeah, sure, we'll stream that. But if there's a new, like, 3D Mario, I don't want to stream that. Again, Tears of the Kingdom kind of gave me the realization that I'd rather, like, for those big single-player games, I'd rather just enjoy them off-stream than play them on-stream. You can have fun playing a game on-stream, but it's a very different experience. I'm kind of disappointed Tears of the Kingdom never got DLC, because I would totally play that game again. This is why I'm kind of hopeful for the Switch 2, like, getting an upgraded version or something, because that'll make me play Tears of the Kingdom again. Just be at my own free will. That'll be interesting. But yeah, I guess I don't really have anything big planned for next year. No year of reading, no year of writing, no year of Dark Souls or One Piece. I mean, I could, but I'm not going to. Maybe just year of the backlog. Just clean up my backlog. That's what I need to do. Alright, so I guess that takes us to the end of the show. So I want to look back on streams past. What did we do this year? You know, I think mostly we just did in chat, right? That's kind of just what we do. But we did have some non-in-chat stuff. We played through all of Link's Awakening in a single stream. That was great. I'm really glad we did that. At some point next year, we will play Echoes of Wisdom on stream. I'm going to find some time. It'll take us like 2 days, 2 or 3 days. We'll do all of Echoes of Wisdom. Yeah, I'm going to do that next year. I promise that. But yeah, other than that, we did that. We did, we did Mario Wonder at the very beginning of the year, even though that was in chat. We did Turnip Boy, which, that's interesting. I'm just kind of looking back on the streams of this year. Oh, we named every Pokemon? That was crazy. I'm really glad we did that. I'm really glad we sat down and we named every Pokemon. Just not because I was successful or not, but just because I wanted to do it. The guy who created that website, I think it was Sharon, actually did see the video, did see the stream. He commented on our stream archive. So yeah, that was cool. We did, of course, all the 4 Pikmin games. That's probably my most ambitious stream ever. I'm really glad we did that, even if it was longer than I thought it was going to be. It's something I am really glad I did, just to say I could do it. It wasn't like I had fun with it. I know I wanted to get that video turned into like a stream highlight thing, and that never happened. But I'm just glad we did it. I'm glad we did the Astrobot run. That's one of my most successful things in a while, which is sadly saying a lot. But people really liked that Astrobot video. I haven't done the highlights. I don't know if I will. But of the VOD, yeah, the VOD is like one of my most popular VODs ever. People really did like that idea. We did some Minecraft achievement hunting. We're also probably sometime in the next week, I'm probably going to sit down and do some more Minecraft achievement hunting. We're going to do one stream. We're going to go find the new Shush or whatever it was called. That's probably going to happen sometime in the next week. I collected every Pokemon this year, right? After years of building up throughout different games, all of our different Pokemon. As of this year, I officially, in one, all in Pokemon Online, I have collected every Pokemon. Really glad we did that. We did the Splatoon Side Order DLC, which I had a lot of fun with. That was a lot of fun. And then we just did a bunch of, direct highlights. Oh, hey, here's my reaction to the State of Play. The Nintendo Direct. I'm trying to do more thumbnails on in chat. Right, as we're sitting here doing this, I want to get more thumbnails made for because usually I just do them from major videos and direct reactions and whatnot. But I'm thinking even just for your average day stream, I want every video to have a thumbnail, because a thumbnail's not actually that hard to make. I can do more thumbnails in the future. Will this stream have a thumbnail? Probably not. But it's a different game, so it kind of gets a pass. I don't know, I'm kind of sick of YouTube just putting, the same 4-player Splatoon thing on every video. It's all, YouTube's automatic thumbnails just loves the moment of the 4 players lined up, and I'm kind of sick of it. So that's why I'm thinking of making the change. I don't know what to do for this stream. Balatro Game of the Year. I don't know, I'll figure it out. I also might do stream highlights of this stream. I don't know, it'd have to be a quick turnaround, because I'd want to get that out within, the first week of the year. I'd want to get it out before Todd in the Shadows gets out his best songs of the year. Because by the time he's gotten that out, I know it's too late. Because, he takes his time and makes a good, proper list. I know he'll say he was slow, but he's actually been pretty on point these past few years, if I remember correctly. Yeah, well, this is a pretty good run. Yeah, I knew this stream was the Game of the Year stream always goes for 4 hours. Yeah, we might open next year, because I recorded my playthrough of Mario Odyssey. I might just use that next year. That's what I'm thinking. That's 2 less streams I got to worry about. First time breaking 1 million on Switch. It's pretty nice. We got a good chunk of change as well. But yeah, this run's pretty good. You know, it's not perfect, but it's a pretty good. I mean, it's getting us to 1 million. It's definitely the best run we've done so far tonight. Is it my best run ever? No, obviously not. I don't know the farthest I cannot off the top of my head tell you the farthest I've ever made it. But, you know. Yeah, man. I've had fun with Balatro tonight. You know, my original plan was to use Astrobot, but because I always try to, for the past few years, whenever I do these Game of the Year streams, I try to use one of the games that's on the list. That's always intentional. And last year it was Mario Wonder, which was third. This year it's Balatro, who was second. I would have done Echoes of Wisdom, but Echoes of Wisdom we already streamed. Right, we streamed the first, like, 2 dungeons of Echoes of Wisdom. No, maybe it was just the first dungeon. I don't remember. We streamed some of Echoes of Wisdom way back in, when it came out in September. Yeah. Can you believe next year is the year of the Switch 2? Hopefully. I mean, it's gonna be next year. It's gonna be like right around the corner, you know. They're gonna reveal it like immediately. But yeah, this, for being a deck built around, right, a pair of pants that gives us, right, for our 2 pairs, pretty good deck. I don't know, I've never done the run. I love the idea of a run that's just high card, right? That's just like, I think is it the Daredevil, or there's one card that like works really well with high card, and like I love that idea for a run. Because this game lets you do stuff like that. That's what's so good about it. Yeah, we're definitely breaking 1 million here. I want to say after this it goes to 7 million. I don't think this deck can break 7 million. Just being completely honest. I don't think this deck can break 7 million. Yeah, no, man, Balatro's really good. We played my top 3 games of the year. We all did on stream. And then we did Marvel Rivals, which was also up there. We didn't do Luck Be a Landlord, but again, mobile only. At least for how I played it. But we did do, and we didn't do things. I thought about doing, not like for tonight, but I did things about streaming Thank Goodness You're Here. I definitely at least thought about it at one point. Alright, let's do one last bit of upgrade. Maybe we'll get something good, and then we'll probably do the final hand. We got, like, no negative cards. I know, I realized that we didn't use any of the skips. That was just not something I messed around with tonight. I should have done more with that. But yeah, we didn't get a single negative card. We got a few polys and holographics, but not much. I could set the anti-back one, but I don't think I will. I think we're just going to end this. You know, we're basically done with the stream here. It's past, God, it's past midnight at this point. Yeah, we're not breaking 7 million. This deck's okay, but for just 2 pairs, we'd need some crazy luck. And you know what I only just realized? because I hadn't even thought about it. I forgot to turn on like card differences. You know, where it makes the spades blue, or the clubs blue. I mean, I don't remember what that's called. I completely forgot to turn and we're almost done, so we're not gonna turn it on now. But I didn't even think about it until just now, because yeah, this is a brand new, right? Like the Switch, like I literally just booted up the Switch, did the tutorial, and then we booted it up here for stream. Does that? Yeah, I'll see what this can do. Also should probably increase the speed. Yeah, we're so fucking far away. Yeah, we got 2 pair up to level 14. Wow. I feel very calm, right? Like after an hour of just, after 4 hours of yapping, I'm very calm right now as we face death. Loss of the run. Oh. Yeah, we'll be, like I said, we'll be back sometime. I want to do just a casual Minecraft thing sometime next week. So we'll maybe be back for that. If not, we'll probably be back for In Chat Season 6, or whatever other crazy idea I have. If I change the podcast name, we'll see. But that'll be next week. And the new year, God. I'm not gonna make a see you next year joke, it'd be dumb. Come on. Alright, there you go. So with that, I hope you all enjoyed. Stay tuned for more. Until next time, peace.